do it. Let's see here. And that didn't actually solve the audio issue there. So give me a second here and... Let's see... I'm trying to fix it here because the weirdest thing is, I can also hear it even when OBS is turned off. So I'm not sure what the issue is. That's really bizarre. Microphone. Anyway. And Jody Fish, I don't think that's going to do it because according to OBS, the only audio sources that are active are my microphone right here and the desktop audio. But for some reason... Let's see. Let's look at properties for desktop audio. I have no idea why that should be going through... Why the audio from my 3D printer should be piping through the desktop audio. It has never done that before, and I didn't change any of the settings before this stream. What I'm going to do is turn the brightness up on this so you can actually see. Whatever. Yeah, we'll just have to get used to it. And I didn't update Windows recently either, Jody Fish. I've been very cognizant of all my recent updates. There hasn't been a new update in about 2 weeks. Yeah, I could unplug the camera. I like the way Jody Fish thinks. Or Ali J thinks. There we go. It's off, and now that's on. Oh, and the print just finished, too. Huh. Well, there we go. I guess that solves our problem. Here, let's turn the brightness up so you can actually see. There we go. And what do you say? You start printing something else. Let me grab this off of the printer. And, if the sound is annoying us, we'll just turn the camera off, you know? And yeah, it is an Ilium. Very nice, Jody Fish. It is very nice indeed. So, now listen, listen. Wait, what? It's off. You know what, chat? I could try and play this off like, oh, it's just a tech gremlin or something like that, and you know, I don't know what's going on. This must be some sort of weird Windows or OBS issue, but you know what? The issue is I'm a dingus. And I failed to realize that I have a tab open in my browser that is making noise. That's it right there. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah, so there we go. Yeah, a goober indeed, Maskling. Guilty. Guilty as charged. Now watch, watch. No more sound. I'm like, why is the mic from the 3D printer camera still giving us trouble? Well, why are we hearing that sound? Anyway, yeah. I got plenty of sleep last night, Ali J. Yeah, yeah. And how are you doing, Sith Toast? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I haven't seen that name before. Welcome, Sith Toast. Good to have you here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was a sound from a video, watcher. It was a sound from this video that I posted earlier. I had that tab open, and, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Well, let's take a look at our 3D printer here. Let me grab this off of there and show it to you, and then we will get started on a new file. Hang on just a second. Yeah. All right. Here is the file that I just completed. This is the ilium of a Triceratops, a baby Triceratops. Go like that. Blink. There we go. There is the actual bone itself, and then those are the supports underneath it. Very nice. And, yeah, social media or indeed, Allie J, yes. And hey, Mayor Space, what's shaking with you? It's good to see you. Yeah. Here, I will walk everybody the process of creating a new 3D print file in just a second here. But first, I'm going to put this back on the print bed and preheat it so it'll be ready to go. Let's do that. All right. Now, here we go. Let me open up 3D printer file, a 3D printing folder. Triceratops baby skeleton, hind limbs.
Their weapons would be powerless before the onslaught of the beast.
The what?
The beast.
The who?
The beast.
The what? I didn't catch that.
The beast.
One more time?
The beast.
You're gonna have to say it again.
The beast.
Repeat that, please.
The beast
What was it?
from 20,000 fathoms.
Subsonic Flight, thank you so much. Really appreciate your ongoing support. 12 months is a long time. Subsonic Flight. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. It's excellent. Yeah. And Allie J, it is kind of like wondering where your sunglasses are when they're on your head. Yeah, yeah. Oh, and we talk about lots of different topics. Sodic98, yeah. Yeah. Lots of different things. We were kind of in the middle of a dinosaur deep dive there, and then This might not be the most representative stream of how things normally go. I'd like to think usually things are a bit smoother than this. But if I'm being completely honest, oftentimes things are, I don't know. We do have some unscheduled difficulties and stuff every once in a while. Take a look at this. We are going to add this to our 3D printer. We're going to put that on there in just a second. I want to figure out, let's see, that's going to go like that. So I want to put it on this side here. This program is what we call the slicer. So this is what takes the 3D data. This is a Triceratops ischium right here.
Just look at that thing. It's not going to be friendly to us.
And, holy cow. Thank you, Afro Bandit Girl, for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that, Afro Bandit Girl. Thank you. That's brilliant. It really is. Thank you for, keeping me here online for the past 5 months, Afro Bandit Girl. Appreciate you. Alright, there is the right ischium. So this is the bone at the back of the hips. What we're doing right here is we're arranging these in such a way. You know, this right here is going to be the print bed. And oops. I'm trying to do that. This is how those will be oriented. I think I might... Yeah. I'm not necessarily printing these for the least amount of filament. I'm printing them for the highest detail on the surface that we're actually going to see. And I'm going to add a couple more of those. Hang on. Import. And let's do the left metatarsals. Like that. can definitely engineer this so that we use the least amount of filament as support as possible. Metatarsals left and metatarsals right. Let's go like this. There we go. So the whole point behind a slicer program like this is to take 3D files, in this case these are OBJ files, 3D objects, and then to slice them into a format that the 3D printer can actually read and then print. Hang on, did I set the 3D printer to preheat yet? Let me double check, make sure I did that. I did not. So there's that right there. And I'm gonna click the Slice Now button over here. And what that's gonna do is kind of take this 3D object, and then it's going to basically slice it into horizontal slices like that. So it's working, it's thinking. Here we go. Here we go. So 3D printers work by laying down almost like a topographic map. Just, or like, I don't know, like a stack of papers or a layer cake or something like that. There's just layers that it builds up successively like that. That's why it needs to have supports underneath too. And things that can't be floating in midair. They've got to have something underneath them to support them. And I can show you like this. You can go through it like that and basically look at how it builds it from the ground up. So let me show you. As it prints, it's... Oh, that's not the most intuitive. Here we go. Sorry, I was doing that wrong. It'll build it from the ground up like this. That's how 3D printers work. It builds it up in sections like that. And it looks like this is going to take 4 hours. Let's go ahead and, yeah, let's export that. Let me grab the SD card out of the printer. I'll pop it into my computer here. And, yeah. I don't have an SD card reader in my machine, so I have to use this adapter right here. Handy dandy USB SD card adapter. And export that G code into here. There we go. So I've got both ischia and then the metatarsals. And the code is exporting right now onto that SD card. Uh-oh. Device error? I've never seen that before. That's not good. It is locked. Bizarre. Alright, here we go. Export G code. And... Nope. Now it's saying it's write protected. Could also be my... Okay, it's trying to export it right now. I don't know if I've ever done this live on stream before. I'm still encountering an error here. It could be that my USB splitter is not cooperating. Let's try this on a different port. See if that helps. I think I've gotten a couple of these and they're not pretty good anymore. can read it. But can we export that? Cross your fingers. It worked! Alright. I guess it was a bad port. Kohai, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. And yeah, bad USB port. Watcher, yeah. Yeah. Now, grab that. Close this. Oh, and before I forget, I'm gonna take those files that I just exported. I'm gonna put them into a different folder marked done, so I don't end up accidentally printing the same files again. It's just all part of staying organized, you know? This is important. So I'm gonna go now put this into the 3D printer over there, and then I'm going to get the thing fired up and start printing. And in about 4 hours, we'll have several more pieces of our Triceratops all printed. Let's do it. Alright, that should start printing any second now. We're gonna see the printer spring to life. That print head is gonna start moving as soon as it's reached its desired temperature. So yeah. Live dinosaur creation while you wait. Exactly, Watcher. I know, right? Isn't that cool? Yeah. But yeah. And you studied chemistry at university. Very cool, Sodic. That is good to know. Thank you for informing me. And no, Ruler, the lock switch didn't break on the SD card. Yeah. That SD card actually came with the printer, and it's a pretty high quality one. Now, why hasn't it started yet? I promise I don't normally have this many issues when I'm normally printing. It's like... No, it's going. We're having an issue with the camera now. Alright, hang on a minute here. Let's reactivate that. There we go. Alright. You know, if it's not one thing, it's another. But there we go. Right now, the printer is calibrating itself, making sure it knows where all of the different corners are on the print bed. It's going to get rid of some of the excess filament from the nozzle right now. And it's going to start its printing. Let me go check on this and make sure. I think that looks pretty good, but let me double check. Good, looking good. All right. So yeah. The first layer is always the most critical time in a 3D print. If the first layer adheres well to the bed, then your chances of success are very high. If it does not adhere to the bed, your chances of success are basically 0. And right now we're having another camera issue. So I think it's a camera issue. I'm going to deactivate the camera and reactivate it. There we go. And then, since it won't remember my settings, I got to adjust the exposure. There we go. Yeah, nice. Very nice. Looking good. Hello. Uh-oh. Is that a blemish or what's going on there? Let me go check on that. Ah, and shoot, the camera froze again. Sorry about that. You know, if it's not one thing, it's another. There we go. But I had some residue build up. There was some old black filament that I guess was caught somewhere up near the extruder head. And then that had started to melt and really kind of gummed things up. But hopefully now we will be good. We'll have to see about that. Yeah. That's not a trout. That's a putty knife, Gertis Pucka. Or a spackling knife, whatever you want to call it. But anyway, it looks like we are good now. I'm just gonna let this sit for a few minutes. If it makes any weird noises, I'll check on it. But, I think we're good for the time being. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the Great Auk, one of the greatest tragedies in ornithology. Well, the extinction of this remarkable creature. You know, let's go back to the beginning, actually, and let's take a look at this. So yeah, Marcher says 3D printer's still kind of shaky. I mean, it's that 3D printer is a machine that I assembled myself at home, you know, and like every single file is going to be different because it's, you know, something that's, you know, I'm generating on my computer. So yeah, it's by definition going to be a little bit squirrely. You know, it's just kind of how it goes. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at this.
Humanity has collectively been responsible for a depressingly large amount of animals going extinct in a relatively short time on this Earth. However, perhaps no creature was wiped from the face of the planet for as silly a reason as the great orc.
Thank you, Alex.
Once endemic to the North Atlantic, the great orc was a
water
seabird not too dissimilar in appearance to a penguin. In fact, penguins are believed to have gotten their name from the great auk's scientific name of Penguinius impennis, due to an early and incorrect belief that the two birds must be related due to their appearance. Moving swiftly on, at one point in time, the North Atlantic was positively lousy with great auks, with the bird being found everywhere from the coasts of Great Britain to the rocky inlets near Canada. Naturally, the abundance of great auks made them a popular source of food for sailors who are said to have hunted them in massive numbers. Being a flightless bird, more at home in the sea than on land, sailors found hunting great auks to be an almost comically simple affair, since the bird's awkward, ungainly waddle on land meant that they couldn't exactly run away with any grace, let alone any precision or speed. The fact that great auks supposedly didn't fear humans only made hunting them easier, to the point where there were reports of sailors simply walking onto the islands that were covered in great auks with a sack and just casually picking up the birds by the handful.
So again, this is one of those stories kind of like with the passenger pigeon, where these birds were thought to have been so numerous.
In the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Unlike dinosaur paleontologists. Holly Lifton.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
Holly Lifton, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I
just gifted 5.
really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That is excellent. Nowadays, we do have more than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists in the world. I'm one, you know? We've got probably a couple hundred full-time dinosaur paleontologists in the world now. Yeah. If not 300 or 400. But yeah, anyway, Holy Lifton, thank you so much for your support. We are now at 8 out of 30 gift subs as our goal for the day. Thank you, Holy Lifton. Thank you. Yeah. Excellent. And Dread Pirate Robert, Self-Fluff, and Alexano got one? Excellent. Yeah. Beautiful. Anyway, I was saying that this might be one of those situations like the passenger pigeon. One of these tragedies where the animal was it was thought to be so numerous that, you know, they could never possibly go extinct. People just didn't think about them as like a living population of creatures that can have rises and falls in population numbers. It's like, oh yeah, we just take them for granted. You know, they're always there. They're everywhere. It's almost as if they just poof into existence, you know? Like they respawn at will. No. Animals don't actually do that. I don't care what they are. No animals do that. All animals are at risk of extinction if you persecute them and, like, just overhunt them to the point where... Oh, yeah. Lack of fear of humans solely from one specific island. I don't know, Maskling. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar enough with these stories to be able to say. And FMSSK managed to get another dinosaur deep dive in, because we restarted the stream. Yeah. Balaniceps Rex. No relation to Tyrannosaurus Rex. At least, only very distant relation. To FMSSK. Excellent. We might do that one next, actually. We'll be doing some more birds. Yeah. Hey, Trek Morticia, how you doing? Thanks for lurking. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well, Trek Morticia. But yeah. We have approximately 43 full-time 3D printing dinosaur paleontologists, whereas there's only one full-time live streaming dinosaur paleontologist in the world. You're looking at him. As for 3D printing dinosaur paleontologists, who are forever... Look at those chickens. Ian is a nice guy. Hey, thanks for being a nice guy, and thanks for following. Ian, welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Our camera is on the fritz again. Let's deactivate it. Reactivate it. And let's configure that video. It's like it wants to remember the settings, but it kind of refuses to. Here, we'll just go like that. We'll let it auto pick its settings. And maybe I'll have to put another light on it or something. Let's see. I have another light here. Let's see if we can get this to work. And it's frozen again. What's wrong with this camera? Oy. I don't even know. Anyway, it's working. Looks like our first layer is going pretty well there. Yeah, cross your fingers. Aye, and it's frozen again. You know, one of these days, if it's not the printer itself, it's the camera, you know? Yeah. Anywho. And Watcher, yeah, there's some sort of driver issue. Yeah. And Gertis Pucka, I'm printing the same thing I've been printing for the past... however long. Printing a full-size baby Triceratops skeleton. I just got myself a new 3D printer nozzle, 0.8 millimeters. Should print even faster now. And that's what we're printing. Baby Triceratops. So yeah. Yeah. And there we go. Let's see how long it takes for the printer to stop working. Or for the camera to stop working, I mean. Once again, like when you're actually observing it, it works. Until it doesn't. There we go. We're just gonna do our best to ignore that for now. I'll pull it back up if I want to check on the print without getting up. But we're gonna get back to our video here. So yeah, it's gonna take a lot of filament, Watcher, a lot of filament. But I've been getting filament from generous viewers who have been purchasing filament for me off of the Amazon wish list, and that's been pretty great. So yeah.
As early as the late 16th century, experts were made aware that the population of the bird in some areas had been nearly totally decimated by hunters, and a number of protections were put in place to perhaps save the species from being completely wiped out. Said protections included whipping the living crap out of anyone caught stealing the eggs of the bird, which still didn't stop people from hunting them anyway, because it's not like the ocean was going to snitch on them. By the early 1800s, the bird was critically endangered to the point that some sailors believed it to be totally extinct, which ironically may have led to the bird's ultimate demise.
Maskling gifted Watcher 600.
Thank you, Maskling, for that gift sub to Watcher. Appreciate that. I really do.
They have given 7 gift subs in the channel.
You don't have to buy a lottery ticket, Watcher. You just got one. You just won, thanks to Maskling. Thank you, Maskling, for your generosity and your support. Really appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, this is a very similar story to the dodo bird. Yes, Ellie Jew. Yeah.
Snitch on them. By the early 1800s, the bird was critically endangered to the point that some sailors believed it to be totally extinct, which ironically may have led to the bird's ultimate demise. You see, news of the bird's rarity caused private collectors and museums to issue large bounties for surviving specimens to display.
Yeah.
This, in turn, caused
Same thing
sailors
happened
to
with the
hunt
American bison.
remaining great auks in existence with a renewed zeal. By the 1840s, the bird was all but extinct when the very last breeding pair was killed by a trio of sailors. The sailors, under orders from a merchant who wanted a pair of great auk pelts for display, found the birds nesting on a rock. Not wanting to startle them, by this point the birds were understandably wary of humans, the trio snuck up under the cover of night and literally strangled them both to death. Then, for no particular reason other than screw the great auk, they stomped the bird's nest a few times to destroy the egg that they had been incubating. And if you didn't think that was spiteful enough, we should probably point out here that almost exactly 4 years earlier, from when the last breeding pair of great auks were killed, the last great auk ever seen in British waters was unceremoniously beaten to death with a stick by a bunch of superstitious sailors who thought that it was a witch. So I really hope you found that video interesting. If you did, please do hit that thumbs up button below and don't forget to subscribe.
That was incredibly
Also, if you heard something else
depressing.
from me, I've got a podcast.
I mean, that... I personally find that abhorrent, disgusting, enraging. But here's what I'll make of that. Like, here's how we'll use this and turn it into, hopefully, some interesting information about the history of science. The idea of extinction today, to all of us, is something that seems intuitively obvious, right? Like, there's this idea that if you go out and persecute a group of animals and you try and kill them all, eventually they're all going to be gone, right? It seems like the most natural thing in the world. You know, if you kill all of the last great auks, all of the last bison, all of the last dodos, all of the last, stellar sea cows, they'll all be dead. But the idea of extinction is actually a pretty recent one in terms of human understanding. At least in, like, I hate to use this term, but the Western world. In Europe, I guess. The idea of extinction was once considered heretical. Like, people did not believe in the idea of extinction. And this is something that kind of comes out of... I guess it kind of comes out of, like, the church and stuff like that. Where a lot of people, they looked at animals and plants and the living world as being, under the protection of various deities. Like, I don't know. And the church kind of encouraged this idea. It's like, oh, all of this is creation, and creation is a divine thing, and, we don't need to look after it. It just kind of does its own thing, and, like, you can exploit it as much as you want. And, no species will ever go extinct. The very idea was, like, sacrilege, heresy. The idea that Almighty God would ever let any of his divine creations completely disappear from the earth, that was, like, it was a crazy idea to people at that time. And for a lot of those sailors, it was probably the same way, They never... the idea would never come into their head that, like, hey, shoot, we gotta be kind toward living things, because if we kill all of them, then they'll be gone forever. That idea would not have occurred to them because of the cultural milieu that they were raised in, So... enter Baron Georges Cuvier, who I guess you could consider one of the world's first paleontologists. And Georges Cuvier actually helped introduce the idea of extinction. And here's an idea that's going to blow your mind, I think. In science and in what we sometimes call the Western world, the idea of extinction is actually a more recent one, a more modern idea than our concept of the atom. different, like, subatomic particles inside. We've known about the atom for longer than we've known about extinction. Which is crazy, right? So yeah. Let's talk about that a little bit right here. I think we've got some videos that might talk about this a little bit. Let's try this.
Georges Cuvier was a French scientist in the 19th century who was an expert at comparing animal species by their bones. One day, he noticed something strange. Some of the fossil bones he was studying didn't quite match those of animals that were alive in his day. This discovery was very puzzling. In Cuvier's time, most people thought that all life had been created at once and had stayed the same through many, many generations up to the present day. Animals didn't change from one to another, and they certainly didn't disappear altogether. So where did these strange bones come from? To solve this puzzle, Cuvier got out of the museum and visited mines around Paris to study rocks and their fossils.
Yep. And this is actually a really, really interesting story. It's detailed in this excellent book, which I am just about to finish. It's called Beasts of Eden by David Rains Wallace, and it's kind of a history of the study of fossil mammals. Really, really excellent. Very, very well written, and it kind of focuses on, like, there's a lot of detail about the personalities of the different paleomammalogists who ended up, you know, elucidating the story of mammalian evolution. It's basically a chronicle of, like, how did we come to understand the evolution of mammals? And who are the people, in most cases men, I guess. Nowadays, I think the majority of paleomammalogists are female, just like with paleontologists in general. But anyway, back in the day, it was mostly men. Anyway, yeah. Really, really excellent book. I would highly recommend it. Beasts of Eden. I read this because, as a dinosaur paleontologist, mammals are kind of a blind spot for me, and I've been trying to work on that a little bit over the past year. So I started reading this back in, like, August? Just bit by little bit, every couple weeks, and, yeah, I've got just a few pages left. Really, really excellent book. So, yeah. And I bet you can find it on Thrift Books, actually. Let's see if I can find you a cheapo copy on Thrift Books real quick. Yeah. Let's see. Beasts of Eden, Wallace. Holy cow, you can get a very good condition paperback. That's gonna be better than what I have right here for less than $5. $5 American. Or in a library, there you go. Or wherever fine books are sold. Like maybe your local independent bookseller. Call them up and see if you can get a copy from them. Yeah. So there you go. There's what, one copy here available at that price? Somebody snatch this up, you know? Somebody get that before it's gone. The race is on. So anyway, Cuvier.
Animals that were alive in his day. This discovery was very puzzling. In Cuvier's time, most people thought that all life had been created at once and had stayed the same through many, many generations up to the present day. Animals didn't change from one to another, and they certainly didn't disappear altogether. So where did these strange bones come from? To solve this puzzle, Cuvier got out of the museum and visited mines around Paris to study rocks and their fossils. He noticed that strange bones seemed to be buried deep in older rocks, and as you moved up through younger and younger rocks, they disappeared entirely.
Yep.
That gave him an idea. Some animals are not found today because they completely died out thousands, even millions of years ago, and the history of their appearance and disappearance is preserved in the rocks. Cuvier identified more than 24 of these extinct species, leading him to think about revolutions, dramatic periods when many animals went extinct, as an essential part of the history of life on Earth. Today, 5 mass extinctions are known to have occurred, and while we think of evolution as the main force that drives new adaptations and forms, mass extinction events also play a large role by creating ecological niches for different species to occupy. You might say that thanks to Cuvier, our knowledge of abrupt changes in the history of life is rock solid.
Sure. Yeah. Really interesting stuff. Here's a, let's see. Copy link addressed. There is that video link right there. And then this one I also remember being pretty good. I think we actually didn't this past year, didn't we do a whole day's worth of stuff on Cuvier and the discovery of extinction? I think we did.
Brought to you by our History of Life on Earth. Species could go extinct. The concept of extinction is a recent invention and was only proven through the methodical and detailed work of a man who was lucky enough to survive one of the greatest extinction events in political history. Good Stuff producer Matt Weber tells the story of the man who proved that species could go extinct and revolutionized how we view the world.
Yeah.
Take it away, Matt. No, don't take species away. Don't make them extinct. Just take away with the story.
Georges Cuvier was a naturalist, zoologist, and he's considered...
Inachu says, if extinction happens again, do you think we can survive it? Inachu, there are extinctions happening every day. Like, it just means that all the members of a species are dead, you know, with no descendants. So, as human beings, we are causing the extinction of species every single day. So, yeah, I don't know. And like we were talking about yesterday, there's an idea that we might be in the midst of the 6th great mass extinction in Earth history, and we might be causing it right now as human beings. Through climate change, through deforestation, through overhunting, through, you know, habitat destruction, the list goes on and on. There are species of living thing that go extinct each and every day because of human activities. So yeah. And eventually we might get to the point where we cause enough of a collapse in ecosystems around the planet that we go extinct too. It could very well happen. If there's a collapse in the human food production system, we wouldn't last for very much longer after that.
The father of vertebrate paleontology, but most of all, he was a survivor. When the French Revolution came sweeping through...
And Batmother says, Craig, I know him. Wait, who?
Georges Cuvier was a naturalist, zoologist, and he's considered the father of vertebrate paleontology, but most of all...
Matt Weber?
He was a survivor. When the French Revolution...
And Helix Fossil says, I'm sorry, but I feel the everyday extinctions is way... I feel the everyday extinctions is way too exaggerated. Helix Fossil, I mean, look at the data, you know? That's all I can say. As a scientist, I'd say, look at the data. It's estimated there are about 10 million species that are, you know, here on our planet right now. Probably about half to 3/4 of those have not been named so far. We are losing species that we don't even have scientifically described yet, you know? Yeah. Anyway.
Came sweeping through his country, upending centuries of monarchical rule, Cuvier escaped the worst of it, hidden away in a remote corner of France, spared the upheavals that had killed so many of his fellow citizens, and that led to the disappearance of systems of thought that had reigned for centuries. One of these systems of thought that was disappearing at the time was the idea that the earth was changeless and perfect. Since biblical times, people believed that God had created the earth in a week's time. Every ocean and continent, every animal and plant, and the ancestors of all humanity were created in mere days, without exception and without error, just as they were today. It was simply unthinkable for any one of God's creatures to go extinct, because that would mean that God's creation had somehow been imperfect. Extinction not only seemed out of the question, it was blasphemy. But in Georges Cuvier's time, this idea was undergoing a revolution itself. The bones of animals no living human had ever seen were being found in rock slides and at the bottom of coal mines all over Europe. While some of these fossils did bear some resemblance to familiar animals, some had no living counterparts. And if a fossil seemed to have no living equivalent, the consensus was that it was merely the remains of an animal that no one had seen yet, hidden away in some remote corner of the world. This idea was so prevalent,
So yeah, this actually... when we were going over this on Cuvier's birthday or death day or whenever that was, before I left for the field last summer, I was showing you a little comic strip. Let me see if I can find that again. That talked about this. Back then, I didn't have these yet. I had a couple of these when I was a kid. Does anybody remember these? Dinosaurs! Exclamation mark. Magazines from their childhood, perhaps, or their adolescence. I had a handful of these when I was a kid. And that's how I'm familiar with this. Let me find it. I had this one, I had this one, and I had 3 of them, I think. 4 of them. I had 4 issues when I was a kid. Here they are right here. And then in one of these, there is a really lovely, kind of funny comic strip about Cuvier and the discovery of extinction. It's not this one, that's Barnum Brown on the Red Deer River. And here we've got Iguanodon tracks in Spitsbergen. And our Coelophysis. There's more Cuvier right here. But that's not the one we're looking for. It's gotta be in this issue. Right here. Here we go. Extinction! A totally new idea. Georges Cuvier was born in France in 1769. He was extremely clever. And by the age of 12, he had read all of the works of Georges Buffon, one of the greatest naturalists of his age. They're saying, oh, he'd rather study than play with his toy soldiers. I don't understand it. I don't even understand the books he reads. And I don't understand why I'm giving him a British accent. This is in France. But whatever. Yeah. And this was the time of the French Revolution and of great changes in French society. But Georges was so involved in his study that he hardly noticed it. I don't think that was true. I think Georges was actually, like, he was grown by the time that the revolution was taking place, right? 1795, when he was 26 years old, he became an assistant professor in Paris, where he astonished everyone with his brilliant lectures. Yeah. And, some scientists thought that the unidentified fossilized bones that they had found belonged to creatures that were still living in unexplored parts of the world. But Cuvier had his own ideas. So this guy says, perhaps it lives somewhere in the jungles of South America. You know, again, this idea that if you find the bones of an animal, it's gotta still be around, you know? Divine creations like that would never go extinct. That implies that they're not divine, right? And Cuvier says, nonsense. These bones belong to an animal that is no longer with us. It is gone, forever, extinct. And yeah, there you go. More and more of this interesting stuff. As more fossils were unearthed, and as his research continued, Cuvier came to believe that an entire group of animals died out over a relatively short time. He was right. We now know that the last dinosaurs died out at about the same time. Styracosaurus and the sauropod... Yeah, this is wrong. These dinosaurs lived earlier in the Cretaceous. They didn't die out at the end of the Cretaceous period like it's implying here. But anyway, this part, this is really the, this is really the panel that I wanted to bring to your attention here. Yeah. And Maximum Darnage, I also wish that this guy was correct. Perhaps it lives somewhere in the jungles of South America. The idea that we could still have living dinosaurs somewhere, you know? Like in the 1925 film The Lost World. But nope. No dice. They're all gone. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, hidden dinosaurs, exactly. A lost world scenario, Claire. Yeah.
President Thomas Jefferson had tasked explorers to bring back...
Oh, and here, let's go back a little bit. Yeah.
Because that would mean that God's creation, every ocean and continent, every animal and plant, and the ancestors of all humanity were created in mere days, without exception and without error, just as they were today. It was simply unthinkable.
A Truckhorn says there's a dinosaur extant inside all our hearts. There you go, Truckhorn. Yeah.
For any one of God's creatures to go extinct, because that would mean that God's creation had somehow been imperfect. Extinction not only seemed out of the question, it was blasphemy. But in George Cuvier's time, this idea was undergoing a revolution itself. The bones of animals no living human had ever seen were being found in rock slides and at the bottom of coal mines all over Europe. While some of these fossils did bear some resemblance to familiar animals, some had no living counterparts. And if a fossil seemed to have no living equivalent, the consensus was that it was merely the remains of an animal that no one had seen yet, hidden away in some remote corner of the world. This idea,
like I said, like the comic said, perhaps they survive somewhere in the wilds of South America. No, they're gone. You know, he dead. They're gone.
The idea was so prevalent, President Thomas Jefferson had tasked explorers to bring back evidence of living American mastodons, prehistoric elephants similar to mammoths. He was convinced they must be alive somewhere in the uncharted American West.
And this is true. When Jefferson sent out Lewis and Clark into the American West, the Corps of Discovery expeditions, he actually told them, hey, be on the lookout for living mastodons, for mastodon, scats, for poop from these animals, for bones, for any kind of, he thought they must still be out there, This was that recently that, like, when Lewis and Clark were out there exploring, getting into all kinds of trouble, they halfway expected to find mastodons and critters like that, because it was assumed, we have their bones from North America. They still must be around. Creatures don't go extinct. God wouldn't let that happen,
Similar to mammoths. He was convinced they must be alive somewhere in the uncharted American West. Cuvier.
And Bette Midler says the presenter Matt and I made movies in high school like Revolt of the Squirrels. Very cool. Bette Midler has got a personal connection to this video here. That is pretty cool. I'm going to give you the link, Bette Midler. Maybe you can reconnect with the people in this video. That's awesome, Bette Midler. Small world, Who would have thought? When you tune into a Twitch broadcast about science today, that you would see people that you know from the past. Very cool, Bette Midler. Very, very cool.
Sought to overturn this idea once and for all by proving that these were the bones of animals that were no longer around. Through his detailed studies of both living and extinct animals, Cuvier would not only prove that Indian and African elephants were distinct species.
Uh-oh. The 3D print. Hang on a sec. Sorry about that. I heard the 3D printer start to crash. And let's properties deactivate. Activate. There we go. Hopefully we don't have to restart this. Hang on a minute. All right, so far so good. Cool. Back to this.
He would prove that woolly mammoths and American mastodons were distinct species, without any modern counterparts. Cuvier argued that these animals were much too big to have gone unseen, too conspicuous to have avoided detection. Cuvier went on to prove that many fossil animals were no longer around, including the bizarre giant ground sloth and the massive seagoing reptile Mosasaurus, making the once unthinkable idea of extinction undeniable. The concept of extinction may have been accepted by the scientific community, but just what mechanisms caused an animal to disappear forever were still up for debate. Charles Darwin's theory of evolution was still a few decades away, and while some scientists of the time tinkered with the idea that animals might change over time, Cuvier still believed that animals remained more or less the same as they'd always been. Therefore, he reasoned, extinctions must be brought on by great and temporary changes in the Earth's environment. Planet-wide catastrophes, or revolutions, as Cuvier liked to call them.
Revolutions like the French Revolution. You know, you can kind of see where he's coming from there. Again, here is the link in chat. We're not going to watch this whole video. Maybe around Cuvier's birthday. Or death day? Georges Cuvier. When was he born or died? He was born 23rd of August. He died on May 13th. It must have been on May 13th that we had a Cuvier stream last year. Because we did a whole stream on this guy and his discoveries and kind of the cultural milieu, scientific milieu of his day. So yeah. Anyway, if you'd like to read more about Jean-Léopold Nicolas Frédéric Baron Cuvier. There's thank you, Claire. We posted almost exactly the same moment. There you go. Yeah. Where can we get those dinosaur magazines? So asks Miss Yvette. I got mine on eBay. eBay.com. And I have issues 1 through 14? No. 1 through 18. 18 right there. There's our Velociraptor and Protoceratops having a fight to the death. Fight to both of their deaths. Yeah. Really looks like Protoceratops is winning there. Yeah. Anyway, apparently, you know, Darren Naish was tweeting about these the other day, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to find his tweet. He tweets so often. But yeah, how old are those books? They're from the 1990s, Watcher. I think late 80s, early 90s? Yeah. If it's based on the fossil, they both lost. Exactly, Cobraven, yes. Here. Velociraptor versus Protoceratops. Fighting dinosaurs. Here they both are. Locked in mortal combat! From then, some 75 million years ago until today. Yeah. Remarkable fossil. Just extraordinary. Oh yeah, yeah. And rune lore. Let's see. And we did, I think we did talk about that rune lore, didn't we? Ichthyornis? I want to say we did. And there you go, Watcher, yeah. A little bit more recently than that. We're trying to do a deep dive on the Great Auk. Let me see if I can find another video. Great Auk. And this'll be in. Oh, that's nope. Sorry, too long. Way too long.
Did you know that the Great...
This looks interesting, actually. The Great Auk. Let's turn our volume up. Closed captions are on. And again, we're doing a dinosaur deep dive on Penguinus impennis, the great auk for maskling. Let's do it.
Did you know that the great auk bird was once considered to be one of the most beautiful creatures on Earth? And even more interesting, it had a number of unique features that set it apart from other birds. Hey there, in this video, I'm going to share with you some amazing facts about the great auk bird. This little-known creature was once...
I do call myself an expert in dinosaur studies.
Do you, George from New York? Thank you for the 6 months of support, George. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for supporting me for half a year there. Thank you for doing what you do, George. Has it been 6 months already? Holy moly. Do I appreciate you. Welcome back, George. How are you doing, by the way? Happy New Year to you. Yeah. I was gonna say, clip art, or not clip art, but stock footage like this doesn't bode well for a good video, but, you know, we'll give it a chance. We'll give it a chance.
Video, I'm going to share with you some amazing facts about the great auk bird. This little-known creature was once considered to be one of the most beautiful and impressive birds on Earth, and had a number of unique features that made it stand out from other birds. Penguinus impennis is an extinct bird that was once found on the coasts of the North Atlantic. The great auk was about the size of a modern-day penguin, and it had black and white feathers.
Hang on, that's a pretty wide range there. About the size of a modern-day penguin. That's like saying something is, I don't know. Penguins can vary a lot in size. The smallest ones are like this. The biggest ones are, you know, taller than me. Yeah.
The most distinctive feature was its large, long beak. The bird was flightless, and it typically swam by diving underwater and using its wings to steer. The great auk was hunted to extinction by humans, and the last known example died in 1844. Auks originally inhabited the Atlantic shores of Western Europe, Scandinavia, North America, and Greenland, although they were never extremely numerous. This is due to the fact that this flightless bird required perfect breeding conditions, such as rocky islands with...
I don't know. This video is not as good as I thought it was going to be. Got the 2001 documentary. Wait, what do you mean, Maskling? 2001 documentary? What is that, Maskling? Let me know. 2001 A Space Odyssey? What could this be? We might not have closed captions for this. Oh, a dodo! Extinct. Duh. And can a DNA... Can a DNA, I guess because I said I was, you know, some penguins are taller than me. Can a DNA says, are you 4.3 feet tall, Danny? I'm not that tall, Can a DNA. No. Goodness. You saw me next to Lordy. Or maybe you didn't. I'm only, you know, 3 feet 1 inches tall. Longtime viewers of this channel know this.
In 1844, a group of fishermen rowed out into the freezing waters of the North Atlantic.
Shoot.
Their destination was Eldey, a giant sea stack 13 miles off the southwest coast of Iceland.
What are they doing? I don't trust these guys.
They were risking their lives, driven to find a seabird so rare that a single specimen would raise a small fortune.
Hello. Run, bird, run! Go swim!
Clumsy and flightless, once they spotted it, the bird was doomed. The creature they'd killed was called the Great Auk. This was the last confirmed sighting of the species, even though people went on searching for decades. Ironically, the great auk had been killed for the very people who most wanted to save it. For millions of years, the North Atlantic was home to one of the most remarkable seabirds ever, the great auk. A mere 250 years ago, you could see thousands of them in vast colonies.
250 years ago.
Gone.
That's 3 minutes ago by geological standards, you know?
Today, the only great auks that remain gather dust in Victorian museum collections. Just 80 specimens.
80 specimens in the whole world.
Stuffed.
Of this animal.
They date from the 19th century, when the great auk captured the public imagination. Its eggs changed hands for huge sums of money. It even became a brand name.
Great auk cigarettes.
Yet, despite the Victorian fascination with it, the bird was a mystery. Scientists were ignorant of how many there were, where it lived, or how it had evolved, until it was too late.
This is why it's so important to do population studies on living animals. We know, we have a good idea of how many are actually around. So we don't repeat this process over again, you know? Yeah.
Even the penguin-like appearance of the great auk is deceptive. Ornithologist Errol Fuller has studied and collated every stuffed museum specimen known to exist.
Oh, wow.
The great auk is a very interesting example of convergent evolution.
Yeah.
It looks very much like a penguin, but in fact it isn't. It's not related to the penguins at all. It's related to the birds that we call now guillemots, razorbills, even puffins. That's
very cool. So somebody said that it looked kind of like a puffin, and I think they were onto something there. Let's actually look up the great auk on our Tree of Life here. And we'll see if this features the great auk. I know this focuses on living animals, but the great auk is so recently extinct that it might even be on here. Great auk. No results found? Oh, you're gotta be kidding me. Penguinus? Nope. Alright, it's not on our Tree of Life, I guess because it's extinct. It only features living animals. Yeah. Yeah, look for guillemots. There you go, masculine. I mean, that'll work too. There we go. That's a genus called Cephas, I believe. Alright, there. There you go. Guillemots. And auks. And I think... yeah... so, puffins are considered a kind of auk, I suppose. Atlantic puffins are vulnerable. Not quite endangered, but they're on their way to being endangered unless we change some stuff. There's auks. So this is the family this bird would belong to. Auks and guillemots and murrelets. Yeah. So yeah, it's quite a distance from them to penguins. So if we jump to penguins, they are going to be way over there. There you go. So penguins are actually most closely related to albatrosses and shearwaters and petrels, which is pretty cool. Anyway, so penguins are not very closely related to auks. Yeah, which are way over there on a totally different branch on the bird family tree. Yeah. Yeah. And skua is the closest member. That might make sense, Runelor. Yeah. So yeah, and how are you doing, Rax the Pigeon? Welcome back. We're talking about birds right now, actually. Here we go.
Shorelines.
Oh, wrong video. There we go.
Its affinities lie. But it happens to look very much like a penguin because it lived very much the same kind of life.
The auk was larger than the average penguin, and it was a far superior killer.
Huh.
No penguin ever evolved such an effective weapon. A beak, long, sleek, and sharp enough to slice through prey in a single bite. And to chase its victims underwater, it was more agile than the penguin.
At the top of the bird,
is it kicking with its feet?
Compressed so that doesn't offer much water resistance.
Like
then the bird is generally beautifully streamlined. This bird would have been superbly sleek and hydrodynamic with very small wings so they don't resist against the pull of the water. And when we get to down towards the bottom, the feet are thrown very far back. All those things conspire to make this bird like a torpedo in the water.
What torpedo? Very streamlined bird. Just another marvel of evolution.
And razorbills may be the auk's closest living relatives, but there's a crucial difference between them.
Yeah, they can fly.
This guillemot has very long wings, and that tells us immediately that this is a bird of flight. The wings on the great auk are really very, very short, and you see that they couldn't possibly have enabled a bird of this size to take to the air.
Yep.
The auk and the guillemot were most alike, not in the air, but under the water.
Look at those birds swimming.
For biologist Donald Kroll, guillemots and auks stand comparison with the ocean's most magnificent creatures.
We think of sperm whales as being these amazing long-duration divers, and elephant seals, long-duration deep divers. But if you scale it to their body size, you're talking about an animal that weighs thousands of kilos versus a bird that weighs 1 kilo. So pound for pound, what these birds are doing is just absolutely astounding. They're the deepest and longest diving animals that have ever existed on Earth.
Pretty cool.
So, pound for pound, the great auk might have even been a better diver.
Very cool.
The auk's much reduced flipper.
Oh, I love this. Here is the link again if anybody else would like to watch this. We're not going to watch the whole thing because I want to do some other dinosaur deep dives here, get some other ones knocked out. But, yeah. Captain Lamy says you can see pigeon guillemots in the summer at Land's End. In San Francisco. I'm gonna have to do that, Captain Lamy. In fact, we, this year, in 2023, are gonna be starting a brand new series here on Paleontologizing. This is the first time I've announced this, so everybody watching right now, you're hearing this for the very first time, including you, Claire Burr. Thank you for unlurking. Good to see you, Claire. We are going to be starting a new thing on this channel that I call Thursday Birds Day. I haven't figured out all the details yet, but this is how it's going to go. We're going to need a new channel on the Discord. But each week, I'm going to be talking about a new kind of bird that I've seen locally, here where I live, or if I happen to be out traveling, it'll be a new bird that I've seen out traveling. And we'll go into detail about that bird and talk about how it's a living dinosaur, obviously, but also it's just going to be kind of a celebration of birds and the outdoors and nature, you know? And I encourage each and every one of you watching right now, pay attention to the birds that are around you. No matter where you are, if you're in the middle of Manhattan in New York City, you know, the only birds that you might see might be gulls and house sparrows and pigeons. But take a minute to watch them, you know? Spend some time outside communing with the birds. I'm going to be talking about a different bird every week that I see out on my walks every day, out on my bike rides, out on my hikes and stuff. And, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited about this. We're going to be doing And it's going to be every Thursday. Thursday, Birds Day. So, we'll set up a Discord channel. Don't worry about it yet. Just keep an eye out for some birds. See if you can photograph them, maybe. But, yeah. We'll spend part of every Thursday stream talking about the birds that we see around us. The birds that are our neighbors. Where we live. Or where we're visiting, if you happen to be away from home, too. I'm very excited about this. It's going to be a ton of fun. And, yeah. Thursday, Birds Day. It's going to be good. Yeah. Birds Day will be your favorite day of the week, Lenina. Oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. So, yeah. Yeah. Betmother says, my dad got me into putting out bird feeders. Should be a great regular segment. Oh, it's going to be fun. It is going to be fun. Yes. So, yeah. And hopefully that'll also encourage people to, like, go outside and commune with nature.
And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
You do have to share science. Rax the Pigeon. Thank you, Rax the Pigeon. That's high praise. Appreciate you. We are definitely worth watching, says Rax the Pigeon. There is a book about pigeons that I haven't gotten yet. Where was it? Is it here? I think it's here. Yeah. Pigeons Blechman. I heard about, let's see. I think this is the book that I'd heard about. Ooh, hardcover. Oh, boy. Hang on, I might have to purchase this right now. Add to cart. Proceed to checkout. Ooh, boy. Yeah. Continue to payment. Yes. Order review. Come on now. Come on. Oh, I'm gonna buy this book right now because I can't wait to read it. Yes! Yeah. Sorry, I had to scoop up that copy for myself. Yeah. This is the book right here, which I hope this is the right one because I just bought it. That's $9 right there. You know how much I love my books, chat. You know. Pigeons, the fascinating saga of the world's most revered and reviled bird. Pigeons are... There's a link right there. You can buy it wherever fine books are sold. I'm gonna be reading this. Looking forward to that. But pigeons, Columba livae is the genus and species named the African rock dove. They've since spread all around the world thanks to human intervention. Humans bringing them to different places. Yeah. Yeah. And no hesitation. No, Rune Lore. I knew I needed that book. Hardcover too. Oh, I'm all about the hardcover books. I mean, shoot. You know, look at my bookshelf. It's only a fraction of the books that I have in my office here. So yeah. And trying to get better at ID with sound. Oh, there you go, Elhua. I am a rank amateur when it comes to identifying birds via sound. So yeah. But yeah. Anyway, really looking forward to Thursday Birds Day. It's gonna be good. Coming up in just 2 days now. I gotta get some stuff ready for that. Yeah. Yeah. And Claire Burr, you're probably thinking that bird app is probably the Cornell Lab Ornithology app. I think I might even have it on mi telefono. Let's see here. Merlin is what it was called, right? I think I have since uninstalled it because it was too big and was slowing my phone down. But it's the Merlin bird app, and actually, I would highly recommend anybody, if you'd like to get into bird watching. Let's see. Here you go. From the Cornell Lab of Ornithology. Take a look. Yeah.
Is a free app that uses 5 simple questions to identify the birds you find, providing real-time bird ID guidance.
This is
right
perfect
in the
for
palm of your
beginners.
hand.
Excellent
Such
stuff.
a cool app, you'll just have to see it in action. Let's say we're out birding and we see a mysterious small bird.
And so birding, by the way, is what birders do. They go birding. And that means looking at birds. I said this was for beginners. Does that make sense?
Perched on a fence. Time to put...
And that looks like a barn swallow to me. Swallows typically have this forked tail like this. It just looks very swallow-like. It doesn't look like a tree swallow. Tree swallows tend to be a bit greener than this. I don't think it's a cliff swallow, which tend to be more brown. I think this is your classic barn swallow, and this might even be a slightly immature individual because it, like, I see some kind of splotchiness on the breast right here, and that typically is like a juvenile characteristic. So this might be like a newly fledged barn swallow, but we'll see.
Merlin to work. Start bird ID, and Merlin asks, where did you see the bird? You can choose your current location, choose a position on a map, or simply type in a place or postal code.
Cool.
For this, I'm going to type in Ithaca, New York.
There you go.
Next question. When did you see the bird? Today's date will automatically appear first, so July 23rd works for me.
Cool.
Question 3. What size was the bird?
I wonder if you're in Australia or Africa or Argentina, if it would have a like ratite-sized bird, if there would be a category for an ostrich or a cassowary or an emu right here. Although typically, if you're seeing a bird that large, you probably know what it is already. So I'm just being obtuse, but yeah.
Okay. Merlin uses a ruler based on some common types of birds.
Yeah.
Was the bird sparrow-sized or smaller? Goose-sized or larger?
Oh, I guess that would also encompass our ostrich or our cassowary, goose-sized or larger. Yeah.
Or somewhere in between. Sometimes this is hard, especially if the bird moves too quickly, but give it your best guess. I think our bird is slightly...
Or if the bird rapidly changes in size as you're observing it, in which case... Yeah, I don't know what that would mean.
Larger than a sparrow and smaller than a robin. So I'll choose between sparrow and robin.
Ah.
On to number 4. What were the main colors? Again, this may be difficult depending on the bird and the time of day you see it, but try to choose up to 3 of the most obvious colors you saw. I saw some blue on its back, orange on the throat, and some buffy brown on the belly. Finally, what was the bird doing when you saw it? Eating at a feeder? Swimming? No. And it wasn't on the ground. Aha! On a fence or wire.
Ah, there you go.
And that's it. These deceptively simple questions are at the core of all bird ID.
There
Next,
you go.
We'll get our results.
Very cool.
Merlin provides a list of birds you are most likely to see based on your description and eBird data for that location and time of year. And here's our list. Hey, that's it. It's a barn swallow.
Ha-ha!
Photos of the species, listen to songs
I got it
and
right.
calls, and browse the rest of the list to see other similar birds. Once you've identified your bird, be sure to help Merlin learn by choosing, this is my bird.
So that's the cool thing is you're actually like training the database to be able to correctly identify birds too by saying, yes, this is my bird, which is pretty cool.
If you're able to get a photo of the bird you see, you can also use the incredible Merlin Photo ID feature. Select an image from your phone.
Wait,
or
what?
Set up a new one.
I didn't know
Zoom
it
in
had
so
this.
The bird fills the frame, then click Next. Confirm the location and the date, and hit Identify.
Very
Like magic,
cool.
Merlin analyzes the photo and gives you a list of most likely species. Yep, that's a barn swallow. Thanks to cutting-edge computer vision technology, Merlin Photo ID is more than 90% accurate for thousands of species of birds. Isn't that amazing?
Very, very cool. So, and I think you can... They probably have a download link here, I would imagine. Yeah, join eBird. Anyway, here's a link to that video. But I would highly recommend this, especially for beginners or near beginners in bird watching. Good stuff. It's like iNaturalist Light, Clareberry, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, and I was right, it was a barn swallow. So back, my first summer in the field, actually, and also my second and third summers in the field. We were staying in the same place out in eastern Montana in a barn. We were sleeping in a barn every night as we were digging dinosaurs during the day. And there was a family of barn swallows. A male and a female who, you know, they laid some eggs and watched after them, and those eggs hatched, and they're little baby barn swallows. We watched them grow up over the course of the summer, over the course of 3 summers. Watched a bunch of different broods, and it was pretty magical. Yeah. And my goodness, Lordy, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Lordy.
To get flattened by dinosaur content.
Lordy, how was your stream? I hope it was wonderful. How did your cooking go today, Lordy? I heard you were making something to do with pork, right? And then stuff for the kiddos too, I think, for your niece and nephew. Do I have that right? Anyway, I hope it was wonderful. Lordy, so good to see you again. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. And I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful stream. Yeah. If anybody's not yet following Lordy, by the way, you are missing out. I did a New Year's Eve stream with her. We had a special New Year's Eve party with Lordy and with Ios in Lordy's kitchen. Lordy makes food. She is professionally trained as both a chef and as a baker. And if you are the sort of person who enjoys eating food, well, then you should follow her so you can learn how to make some cool foods. And her stream is just a very chill, nice place to hang out. Seriously, you're missing out if you're not following her. I would be watching her all the time, except we stream at about the same time, so yeah. Anyway, there was fondue. There was fondue at the party, Allie J. Oh man, I ate so much fondue that I almost made myself sick. This is how good of a cook Lordy is. How accomplished and skilled a chef she is that the fondue that she made was so good that I ate altogether too much of it. And on New Year's Eve, I didn't even make it to midnight. I was asleep by like 10 o'clock, 10:30. Because I ate so much of that fondue. Oh my goodness. So there you go. Yeah. Cheese is good though. I feel like I've had fondue before and I didn't like it. Lordy made fondue that was so good that I ate myself to sleep. So if that's not reason to follow her, I don't know what is. Go follow Lordy right now. Can we get another shout out for Lordy real quick, please? Yeah. Thank you, Lenina. Excellent. Yeah. Anyway, Lordy, I hope you're doing really well, and it's great to see you. Welcome back. We've been talking about birds. Lordy, I think I actually told Lordy about this when I saw her in person. I was talking about Thursday Birds Day, which we're going to be starting this week. And, yeah, I'm excited about that. And can we get a shout out for California Burbs as well, Masculine? Yeah. We had a great stream and we're happy to be here. Glad to have you here, Lordy. Thank you again for your raid. That's very kind of you. Welcome back. But before I forget, let's check on our 3D printer again. And let's unfreeze our camera. There we go. Going pretty well. Yeah. Excellent. Let me turn down that light a little bit. And it froze again. I don't know why it's freezing like that. But it is. Anyway, there's our 3D printer, which is working fine. The camera, not so fine. That's probably an OBS issue, honestly. But yeah, printing that baby Triceratops. What part is printing right now? I'm printing the Ischia. So for our Triceratops, that'll be this bone that hangs out in the back right there, at the back of the hips. The ischium. I'm printing the left and right ischia because they're paired bones. Bilateral symmetry. There's one on either side. Just like if you got 2 thigh bones, you've also got 2 ischia. And then the metatarsals as well, which are the upper foot bones right there. The right and the left are both printing right now. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, and bird hip printing. There you go, Rune Lord. Yeah, it is an ornithischian dinosaur, a bird-hipped dinosaur. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Reno. That camera, I've never had issues with that camera before. It's always been bulletproof, and now it decides to give me issues. Duh. Anywho. Is it? And now it's still working. Maybe it'll just work from now on. We'll have to see. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And Watcher Ischium is ISCHIUM. Ischium. Like that. In the chat. And American Museum's dinosaur display. Do they have a Tarbosaurus at the American Museum right now, Bilbus? That would be very cool. I know they historically have had a lot of Mongolian fossils there. Yeah. And masculine, I clean the plate between every print. I always make sure I do. Some people saw me cleaning that earlier. And it's still working. I definitely wasn't using an old pair of underwear to clean the, you know, that I cut up into rags to clean the print bed. Certainly not. I'm a big shot Twitch streamer. I would never try and pinch pennies by using an old pair of underpants. Yeah. Anyway, very excited for our Triceratops to finish printing. So far, we've got the skull done, the cervical vertebrae in the neck, the dorsal vertebrae in the back, the forelimbs and the hands. Now we're working on the hips. I've got about half of the hips done so far. I have both femurs. We're working on the hind legs and the tail and the ribs. That's basically all we got left. Hind limbs, tails, rib, parts of the hips. So yeah. Yeah. And nothing more. It's great to have you here. Hey. I appreciate you being here, Nothing More Variant. Seriously. You are a wonderful addition to this community, and we all appreciate you being here. So thank you, Nothing More. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And Elhua says, always think it's crazy how common our bones are and how different the forms ischium is part of the human pelvis. Yeah, Elhua, we call that idea homology. And maybe I could even find you a video on that. Because that is one of the, one of the key principles in evolution, actually. Here we go.
It's a similar function, so
Rip.
Thanks for stopping by.
This is going to be one of those, well, it might be okay.
Today we're talking about the differences between homologous structures and analogous structures. So
sure.
You may come across in biology or evolution. Let's talk about homologous structures first. So homologous structures have a similar structure, meaning their anatomy or the bone structure is similar. They have a differing function. So
this is not true this is not the way I would teach this concept. Like, this is needlessly confusing. And this is just outright creationism here. Like, this must be from the Discovery Institute. Shoot, lots of misinformation here. Homology, yeah, you would hope there would be like a, yeah, I don't know. Shoot. What is homology intuitive? I think this is in mathematics. So apparently homology is also a concept in mathematics. Basically,
rampaging in an unsuspecting world. Living creatures from the dawn of time.
Uh-oh.
What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Octavius King.
And their 57 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Sweet havoc indeed. Thank you, Octavius King. And welcome to Paleontologizing. How was your stream? I hope it was phenomenal. Welcome to the channel, Octavius. How are you and the rats doing? I hope everybody is having a wonderful 2023 so far. Octavius, you were hanging out in stream yesterday, and as I was going through the VOD, Octavius King, I noticed that I missed one of your comments. When we were talking about the, that 65 movie, you said that, in your experience, that, like, investors or, like, you know, the shirts who are involved with a production like that might have thought, like, oh yeah, we don't really like the number 66. We'll change it to 65. I think you made a really good point there. And I'm sorry I didn't see that live, Octavius. But, I hope you're doing well, and it's good to see you. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. If anybody is new here, if anybody's here for the first time like you, perhaps, the Farwall, an extra special welcome to you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do my duty as a scientist to, you know, communicate ideas of science to the general public. As scientists, we can go out and, you know, I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I can go out and dig up dinosaurs. I can study them. I can publish on them like I do in the scientific literature. But if that information never actually gets to regular people, then what are we even doing this for, you know? The whole job of a scientist is to discover interesting, novel, important things about the natural world and then share that with the rest of humanity. And so if we're not able to do that, then what are we even doing, you know? That's why I'm here on Twitch. Is to try and, you know, do some outreach. So yeah. Yeah. There you go, Planetary Pan. Welcome back. Good to see you. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Octavius, I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful stream, and it's great to see you. I'm wondering if there are any new people here in chat who might like to see a quick video to kind of introduce them to Paleontologizing. Put a 1 into chat if you would like to meet previously recorded Danny. We'll tell you a little bit about what the stream is all about and who I am and all that stuff. I'm seeing some 1s there. And a 2. I'm not sure what that is. And a swan. Well, I'm going to introduce you to previously recorded Danny, and this won't be the same video from yesterday. It'll be a different one. Anyway, thank you again, Octavius King. I really appreciate you. And hold your horses. Hang on. He's very eager. Previously recorded Danny is strolling up behind me right now, and he is raring to go. So we'll let him take center stage, and I'll be right back in a few minutes, but I promise you're in good hands with him. Previously recorded, Danny, it's your time to shine.
Well, thanks, present-day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Trurarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves spinosaurs. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. 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 That's who I am.
Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to our friends, Octavius King and Lordy, earlier for that raid. 10 minutes ago and 20 minutes ago. Thank you, thank you. Let me know if you've got any questions, everybody. So yeah, and I don't know, Octavius King, if you're still here, I want to thank you again.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
It's largely true, yeah. And Sterlingite Phil, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. And Canada Knight, was that the first time you saw one of those videos? Well, there you go. Yeah. Gives you a little bit of background on me and all that stuff. And that was Stephen J. Gould, yeah, nothing more? Yes, indeed, sharp eyes and ears. Yeah. And Rune Lore, I don't think we really have dichotomous keys for dinosaurs. Rune Lore, in fact, I once had a project where I wanted to create one, and it was kind of tricky. The best source that I can give you probably is, it's a little pedestrian sounding, but I was looking at this yesterday, I think. The Wikipedia article for dinosaur is the single best introduction to dinosaurs anywhere on the internet. This is extraordinary. So, you know, there's the article itself. But if you go down to classification, it's not quite a dichotomous key, but it is... Here, taxonomy. These are the major dinosaur groups right here. Right there, in taxonomy. And you'll have a lot of the same verbiage as you would have in, like, a dichotomous key. So, Dryosaurids is the type of ornithopod ornithischian dinosaur. Mid-sized, small-headed. Camptosaurids are mid-sized and stocky. They actually tend to be larger than Dryosaurids, but whatever. You know, stuff like that. Yeah. So, I suppose if you really wanted to, you could create a dichotomous key with this information, but I have never seen that done before successfully. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And, Nka Tevexo. Nka Tevexo. There you go. Yeah. I have a command about that. You can read about my necklace right there. Yeah. Yeah. And, anyway, and I don't think I'm gonna be on the East Coast, Fossil Vet. I'm not gonna be visiting North Carolina. Yeah. Sorry, Fossil Vet. I'm not gonna be going that far east. I'm driving all the way from California, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. And Sodik says... made a really good impression of me. Well, thank you, Sodik. Appreciate that. It's actually the best science stream I've ever visited. Thank you for saying so. That warms my heart. Thank you very much. I learned many new and interesting informations related to science, and your English is just great. Well, I am a native English speaker, so hopefully my English is pretty good. I dearly hope I have passable English, because that is my first language. I can improve my English skills, says Sodic. Thanks, dude, for that job you were doing. Oh, thank you, Sodic. I appreciate you. And I look forward to seeing you again very soon, I hope. I stream every weekday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of every week at about 2 p.m. California time. Although I'm trying to stream earlier. So you will have plenty of opportunities to watch, I hope, Sodic. Thank you for being there. Yeah. Your Spanish is good too? Mi español no es tan bueno. Miss Yvette, my Spanish is not good. I need to practice it. But I appreciate your kind words, Miss Yvette. I really do. You were too kind. Yeah. Demasiado bueno. And the weather lately in my area? Yeah, well, luckily, Watcher, I live in an apartment, and that is far off of the ground. I live in, like, a high-rise apartment complex. So, yeah, I don't really have to worry too much about flooding, as long as the power doesn't go out. But it would take a tremendous amount of water to submerge my apartment. Holy cow. If I get flooded, then... shoot, I don't even want to... yeah. I don't know. It would be a lot. If I'm flooded, the whole Bay Area is underwater. I'll put it that way. Yeah. Anyway, -10 for a high... oh, no, Gocher. I'm sorry to hear that. I was walking around in shorts and a t-shirt earlier. Here in the Bay Area. San Francisco Bay Area. Right before stream, I went for a walk. Shorts and a t-shirt. It's pretty warm here. But yeah. Yeah. Masculine says, I hope Danny's got insurance for all his books and prints. I've got renter's insurance, but you know how insurance agencies work, Masculine. If something actually happens, they rarely actually pay out. Yeah. Shorts and hoodie. Nice, Gimp Leg. Yeah. It's my kind of fashion. Although, it's been a long time since I've wore a hoodie, I suppose. But yeah, shorts. I'm all about them. Yeah. I grew up wearing shorts all day, every day of the year. Growing up here in the San Francisco Bay Area, I think I owned like 1 or 2 pairs of long pants. There was the pair of black slacks that I would wear to band concerts and funerals and end of list. Every other time I'd be wearing shorts, you know, because it's just, you know, living in the San Francisco Bay Area, that's what you can do, you know? Yeah. So yeah, there were years and years and years when I didn't own a single pair of jeans. You know? To this day, I still don't really like jeans. They don't cover acts of Godzilla. Now that costs extra, Masculine. Yeah. You're on the 2nd floor? There you go, Watcher. Yeah. Yeah. You know, high-rise gang, rise up. Yeah. And Watcher says, weddings? I actually, when I was a kid, I didn't go to a single wedding. My Auntie Kathy and Uncle Dave got married when I was like 1 year old. And from that time, from when I was 1 year old until I was in college, I didn't go to a single wedding. I don't know. There were a lot more divorces in my family than there were weddings, so go figure. Oh, no, what? No, hang on. No, my mom did get married. My mom got married when I was in high school. And I wore my same pair of black slacks that I had. Black dress pants. that I would wear to funerals and band concerts. So yeah, yeah. And divorce parties aren't as fun, sadly. That's usually true, Gojira. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, and and maskling. These are no lies detected. True facts right here. I do like shorts. They're comfy and easy to wear, you know? Should I prove it? I am currently wearing shorts right here. Yes. So, yeah, there you go. If I can help it, I don't wear long pants. You know? Long pants are for suckers who live in climates that are too cold for human survival. So there you go. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, dressing in smart shirts and pants, but cool shirts are really expensive. So I'm still wearing band tees and jeans. There you go, Farwall. You know what? Fancy clothes are for suckers. That's why I wear military surplus clothing when I'm in the field. And, you know, I try and dress a little bit smart for these streams. You know, at least wear a collared shirt, but I'm not going to go crazy, you know? So this is the same sort of thing that I would wear while I'm in the field, you know? I'll find you some photos of me doing field work, perhaps, from this past summer. I'll be back in July and August. Yeah. Here's me here by the San Rafael Swell in Utah. Yeah. This is what I wear when I'm out in the field, you know? Let's see if I can find you some other photos. I don't have many photos of me, I guess. Here's me and part of my crew this past year. Here's me and Ethan and Gavin and Bilal. Bilal's from Egypt. Gavin is from, wouldn't you guess, Illinois. And Ethan is from right there in Utah. And this might even be the same exact shirt that I'm wearing right now that I was wearing there at the time. This is part of my crew from this past summer, out digging with the Utah Geological Survey in eastern Utah. So yeah, yeah. So yeah, yeah. Anyway, and paleontologists don't get paid enough for buttons. Yeah, you should see my closet, Gimpleg. It's almost all t-shirts. And then I've got a few button-up shirts over there for field work, and then that's it. I've got one suit that, honestly, I had to buy new pants for it this past year. But yeah, I own one suit for weddings and stuff like that, I guess. And the onesie, maskling. That's from when I was a kid. That doesn't fit anymore. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and maskling, I also have difficulty finding jeans that fit well. I actually have really big thighs. I remember my friend, my childhood friend, who now goes by Snail Chaser here on Twitch. Go follow Snail Chaser. He hasn't streamed in a while, but he does video game streams, oddly enough. I know who would do video games on Twitch, but he does. It seems to work for him. Yeah, we grew up together, and I remember one time we were in a swimming pool. I was kind of like hanging off the edge of the swimming pool, and he's like, "Danny, your thighs are huge. You've got like Godzilla thighs, Danny." And like, that's all muscle. That's the thing, is that if I try and float on my back in a swimming pool, disaster. Doesn't work. I just instantly go like that. My legs just sink. You know, it is impossible for me to float on my back in the pool. My legs are too heavy. They're too dense. There's too much muscle there. So yeah. Anyway, I can swim really well, but I cannot float on my back. It does not work. Because I don't know, my thighs are too muscly, and it also makes it difficult to find jeans that fit. Shorts, you don't have that problem. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. And yeah, stretchy jeans, yeah, ones that are like cotton synthetic blend kind of DNA are really nice. Yeah, I found that too. Yeah. It's all that digging for those thighs. I do walk a lot and run a lot, and I've been trying to get more into biking. So yeah, anyway, Masculine, you're right. I do like shorts. They're comfy and easy to wear. Yep. Good stuff. I will not hear short pants besmirched on this channel. Shorts are a wonderful invention. One of mankind's greatest inventions. One of the greatest innovations that humanity has ever created. So yeah. There you go, Masculine, yeah. What about jorts? I've never... I don't know if I've ever worn a pair of jorts in my life, Helix Fossil. That might be a little bit too... I don't know, I would feel dishonest wearing jorts. I don't know. You know who could pull off a pair of jorts, and I've seen pull off a pair of jorts before? Not literally pull them off, but, you know, he can wear jorts and it works. Would be, let's see. Would be... Where is he? Not on here. Style icon himself.
Find the small...
Nate Carroll. From the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana.
My name is Nathan Carroll with the Carter County Museum. I'm the curator of paleontology.
Nate could...
Ekalaka, Montana.
He could make jorts work. I've seen him do it.
Unique in that it is Montana's first county museum. This is the first museum in the state of Montana to display dinosaurs. And that started off with this great duck-billed dinosaur that's on display here.
Yeah, big ol' Edmontosaurus here. Previously known as Anatotitan. Now known as Edmontosaurus. Anyway, I did a live stream from this museum a number of years ago, and this was not this past summer, but summer of 2021. And I'll be posting that to YouTube before too long. I've actually been working on, as my New Year's resolution said, posting more videos to YouTube. That was, one of my New Year's resolutions from this year. There we go. Scooch this down. Scooch, scooch, scooch. There we go. Yeah. Post all VODs to YouTube is one of my New Year's resolutions for this year. Which is public. There's a link, so you know I'm not making this up. And shoot, let's check that real quick, actually. YouTube.com/Paleontologizing. Did it go live yet? Shoot, it didn't. Uh-oh. Was there another issue with that video? I was trying to post the VOD from yesterday. And, visibly blocked. They're saying that there's some sort of copyright claim or something on it. I wonder if it was because I was playing ukulele. I know I have friends who have been, I've got a friend who's a music composer, and he would upload, like, new music compositions to YouTube, and sometimes they would get blocked by Sony Media Corporation or by, you know, Paramount Pictures or stuff like that. Like, their like copyright filters are aggressive enough to the point where, like, sometimes they would actually pick up completely original content and they would claim this as their own stuff, and this is incredibly frustrating. What about this is... Because I removed the 60 minutes piece, and I removed some other stuff, and it's just... See details. Where? I guess it'll actually show me. Well, that's good. But anyway, that's getting into my, it's cutting into my New Year's resolution for trying to, upload every VOD to YouTube, you know? That's very frustrating. Yeah. Video cannot be seen. Oh, okay, I see why. Thanks, British Broadcasting Corporation. There was a short little snippet of a David Attenborough video in there. Oh, boy. So the thing that took me like 8 hours to render this video in the first place. I guess I gotta go back into Adobe Premiere, cut that part out, and then render it for another 8 hours before I can upload it to YouTube. That's very frustrating. Anyway, we're working on it. We're working on it. So yeah. Yeah, and I don't think YouTube will let me just mute the sections. This isn't Twitch, Helix Fossil, it's YouTube. YouTube is much more squirrely about this kind of thing. One of the reasons I like Twitch so much, you know? They're much friendly toward creators like me. Cut out all the alerts just in case? That would take all day, Mayor Space. Shoot. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Nuts to that. Let's, well, we talked a little bit about the Great Auk. I think we can go ahead and knock that off of our dinosaur deep dive list. Thank you again, Maskling, for suggesting such a venerable theropod dinosaur, the Great Auk. Here. Yes. Here's a link if you would like to read more about this critter. This is going to be one of the best sources of information on the entire internet about the Great Auk. Look at that incredible creature. Ah, such a shame that they were senselessly killed. What I would give to see one of these animals alive. Oh, man. Yeah. Anyway. The Great Auk. But there's that. And then, FMSSK, are you still here? We might do your, FMSSK, let me know if you are still here, because we will do your shoe bill. If you are. And we'll knock that off of our list, too. Yeah. Yeah, weekly highlights rather than uploading every VOD. I mean, that's the thing, Mayor Space, is that highlights take a long time to make. I mean, editing takes a long time to make. If I can just upload the videos, the VODs, automatically to YouTube, that makes it nice and easy. But YouTube is making that very difficult because they are beholden to all of these, you know, copyright holders who are way too aggressive with their copyright claims, you know? They don't abide by fair use clauses and stuff like that. So it's tricky. It's very tricky. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. And you are back now, Afro Bandit Girl. Why don't we actually do Mosasaurus for you, Afro Bandit Girl? I think we should do that. Afro Bandit Girl suggested Mosasaurus, or Mosasaurs in general. Let me show you a wonderful video on what these critters would actually be like in life. There we go.
This pycnodont fish has little to fear. This is Hoffman's mosasaur, the ocean's deadliest predator.
Mosasaurus hoffmanni.
He's come to be cleaned.
Oh.
Mosasaurs are giant lizards and have both
Giant
a
lizards.
forked tongue and, during the mating season,
The biggest lizards that ever lived.
colourful skin. Now it's time to shed old skin.
And so anyway, that is a peaceful mosasaur doing its thing there. There we go. So we already saw this.
He's not.
And thank you, Miss Yvette, for following. Appreciate the follow, Miss Yvette. Did you accidentally unfollow, perhaps?
Now it's time to shed old skin.
Like we just saw. There we go. Yeah.
Fish and shrimp pick scales shed from his body.
Looks like a whale. That's a lizard right there. A mosasaur.
Resting at the surface allows this sea-going, air-breathing lizard to fill his lungs and relax.
Oh. But whoa. Uh-oh.
A rival, a younger male, challenging for this territory.
Uh-oh. Holy cow. So mosasaurs are... It would make sense that they would be territorial. They'd have to, you know, eat a tremendous amount of food to survive.
15 tons. But his rival is more nimble.
Oof. So we actually have evidence that they got into fights like this. We've got teeth of mosasaurs embedded in the skulls of other mosasaurs.
When they are as evenly matched as this, these battles can be lethal.
Ugh.
Mosasaurs have been found with the shattered teeth of rivals embedded in their skulls.
What did I just tell you? Yeah!
The old male snatches a breath.
There you go, Helix Fossil. Yeah. Yeah.
Now he has the advantage. By dragging his rival down, he could drown him.
What's gonna happen? There you go. Big old gulp of air.
The old male has triumphed.
Yeah. So Mosasaurus, that particular genus, actually has a really, really important place in vertebrate paleontology. And no, not just because of this. Anyway. Like, so the... Yeah, so there's the mosasaur from Jurassic World, which they really did the mosasaur dirty. It does not actually look like this in real life. So they show it with these crocodile-like scutes running all down its back like that, which they most certainly did not have. Yeah, you'll see these in a minute. There we go. So look at how rough and bumpy the skin is. And show the mosasaur, please. There you go. How rough and bumpy that is. They were not like that. Like this. Here. They were not like this at all. They actually had smooth, streamlined backs. These were animals supremely well adapted for cruising through the water with minimal drag. They wouldn't have had those kinds of osteoderms like you see right there, like in crocodiles or something like that. Completely wrong. Also, they likely would have had a forked tongue used for smelling, just like their modern relatives, Komodo dragons and other monitor lizards have. So yeah. And that's very true, Mayor Space. Yeah, it would take a long time for one of those animals to lose all of its breath underwater. Yeah. So yeah, Mayor Space. I think that other mosasaur just chickened out. I think that's the idea. So yeah. Anyway, the Jurassic World mosasaur, bad depiction. I'm glad I was able to show you the prehistoric planet one because that is much, much better. Yeah. Anyway, and I think, we were looking at these dinosaurs magazine issues a little while ago. I think there's another one that features Mosasaurus and Baron Georges Cuvier. Let me see if I can find that for you, because Mosasaurus does have a very important history in vertebrate paleontology. Is it in here? Yeah, there we go. Yes! Beautiful. Mosasaurus, a very important animal to the history of vertebrate paleontology. And it's chronicled here in this nifty comic there. Yeah, history in pictures. And George from New York, thank you for your generosity, but what have you done there? I'm afraid you've overloaded our Tinamou bird. I'm gonna back slowly away right here. It's definitely overloading.
George from Knee is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, George. I really, really appreciate those 10 gift subs. Holy moly, that is spectacular. It did explode, Lenina, yes. Holy cow, thank you, George. You regret nothing. We can get another Tinamou with those 10 gift subs, so thank you. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah. Thank you. Really, really appreciate that. Yeah. Excellent stuff, George from New York. Thank you so much There are now 10 people in chat who will not have to watch the ads for the next 30 days. Plus, they'll get all of those cool emotes, like those and those and those and those and those. And these. They can use those anywhere across Twitch for the next 30 days. Go spam other people's chats with dinosaurs, you know? Yeah. That's good stuff. Uh-oh. Awful Waffle, what have you done? I'd advise everybody in chat, back away slowly. Keep calm. But, consider taking cover right now.
AWFULWAFFL3 is overloading the system.
Awful Waffle, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And Lordy, 32 months from you, Lordy. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. One of my very first subscribers, Lordy. You and Ios, I think, are the oldest subscribers there are.
There are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
And thank you, Murph. Holy moly. We've probably got a hype train going now.
Leading this expedition.
Thank you for those 5 gift subs, Murph. 10 from Awful Waffle and 10 from George from New York.
Just gifted 5 subs.
We have now met our sub goal for the day.
Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
Warp Crust, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. We start on a level 4. That is incredible. We might even have some ukulele songs tonight. This afternoon. If somebody, yeah, shoot. If we're on a level 4 right now, that's extraordinary. Yeah. If we get to a level 5 hype train, I'll play some ukulele songs live on stream. So we'll see if we get there. Yeah. And a cockatiel emote? That's an interesting idea, Afro Bandit Girl. It is an interesting idea. I am going to be making some new emotes. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. And thank you, Lordy, for the 300 bits. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for the support. Wonderful. And Nafron. Spectacular indeed. Thank you, Nafron.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Colony.
For gifting that that sub to Colony. Very nice. And more birds emotes, says Miss Yvette. I mean, we'll see. We've already got some birds emotes, you know? We definitely have some. Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see about that. Yeah. Anyway, very funny Awful Waffle. Oh, my goodness. And Dr. E, I did survive the cheese feast. It took some fighting, but yeah, that fondue that Lordy made almost proved the end of me, you know? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, make more birds emotes. We'll see, Afro Panicker. We'll see. We'll see. And Birds Are Dead On says, this is my image. By the way, you are welcome to use it. Well, thank you, Birds Are Dead On. I like to make my own emotes if I can. But I appreciate your generosity there, Birds. I really do. Yeah. And happy tokens.
You can hire a dinosaur to put a swimming pool in your backyard. All you have to do is show up for 5 minutes. Whop! Instant swimming pool.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Happy Tokens, for the 14 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Happy Tokens. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? You've been keeping me here online. Keeping this Paleontologizing channel on the air through your support. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. That's excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And, I forget it. Oh, that's too bad, Dr. E. Dr. Electro.
Go get some water.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Maskling, and thank you, Miss Yvette, for those bits. 200 for Maskling, 100 for Miss Yvette. Really appreciate that. Yeah, by the way, Dr. Electro, how are you doing? I hope things are good. It's good to see you here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. But yeah, and thank you for the hydrate, Maskling. Here. Cheers. I don't know if I like this new user interface for the Hype Trains thing. I can't tell what level we're on right now. And if I check my dashboard here... man, I've got a lot of whispers from people. Holy cow. I also can't see what level we're on. What level are we on right now, everybody? You can probably tell, and I can't. So yeah. Yeah, level 5. Level 6. I'm getting different answers from different people. Like, let's try and be consistent here, please. Are we approaching a level 5? Are we at a level 5? Are we... We are at level 4, so we've got 13 seconds to try and get to a level 5. So we're not... Level 5 is where we trigger ukulele time. So, although Lordy says 56% of the way to a level 6... I'm getting conflicting answers here. Although, they're on the activity feed, it says complete at level 5 there. Which means I would owe everybody some ukulele. You know what? Fair is fair. We'll go ahead and do that. Yeah. Thank you, Claire Burr. It is time for some ukulele here. Here we go. You know, rules are rules. Would have thought I would ever use that phrase. Anyway, our general agreement here is that if we get to a level 5 hype train, I play everybody some ukulele songs live on stream. So let's go ahead and do that, shall we? First of all, we're going to change our stream category to music, because why not, I guess? There we go. And then let's do acoustic for our tag there. And then, yeah. I feel like I was just doing this yesterday, which is pretty nice, actually. Let's do I'm a Paleontologist first, and then maybe... It's been a long time since we played the Sicilians song. Maybe we'll do that. And then we'll do the Galaxy song. How does that sound? Yeah. And, oh, yeah, shoot, Maskling, you read my mind. Yeah. It's been months since I've done the Sicilians song. So maybe we will do that. Yeah. Anyway, our first song is, it's something of an anthem on this channel, I suppose. The song is called I'm a Paleontologist by the band They Might Be Giants. And, but yeah. Yeah. Oh, and good night to you, Sodic. Thank you for being here. I will see you next time, I hope. You have a good sleep. I'll see you around, Sodic. All right. I'm a Paleontologist by the band They Might Be Giants. Goes like this. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I seek, they're rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jaws or Archaeopteryx's wings. And all the kids who want to see them, they're lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Could it be an herbivore, crushing plants with rounded teeth, or a ferocious carnivore who moved so quickly on its feet? It's like pieces of a puzzle that I'd love to try and solve. So much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who want to see them are lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. There you go. I'm a paleontologist, if you didn't catch that. I'm sure you did. Yeah, and then, shoot, it's been a long time. And, yeah, our Sicilians song. Holy cow. Awful waffle. Thank you. Thank you, Awful Waffle, for those 5 gift subs. I appreciate those tremendously. Thank you for your support. That's excellent. Yeah. And Mayor Space, yeah, I know it's only been, 2+ years of you being a mod on this channel, but I am a paleontologist, yeah. For our next song, man, it has been a long time since I've played this. Let's maybe watch a quick little video first to kind of introduce you to this concept. This is, it's one of those conceptual songs, It's a concept album kind of a deal. Here's a video. There we go. These critters are called Sicilians.
Sicilian eyes are rudimentary. They're covered in skin and scarcely function. In the darkness underground, however, the animals have no need for them.
So these are amphibians. They are vertebrate animals. These are not worms. These are not snakes.
This is a secretion from a gland at the end of their mother's tail.
Sicilians.
And their constant hunger seems to be the factor that keeps this little blind family together.
Yeah. So these are more closely related to frogs and salamanders than they are to worms or snakes or something like that.
In a single
These are kind of amphibian Sicilians.
Increase their weight by 10 times, apparently just from drinking her secretion. But could that be their only food?
Yeah, so they are limbless vertebrates.
These, if it's going to do nothing but drinking, could it be feeding on something else? Our camera in frenzy.
Anyway, interesting stuff. Sicilians are really, really cool critters. There you go.
They might be mistaken for worms because they live underground, or snakes because they don't have limbs. Sicilians are neither. These are amphibians.
Yeah,
in their own
they are.
order. Sicilians aren't closely...
So unlike what the closed captioning says, that's not how you spell it. You spell it like this, Sicilian. They're not from Sicily, although I'm sure there probably are some that live on the island of Sicily. Sicilian, there you go, like this. Order Gymnophiona.
Related to any other living amphibian species, such as frogs or salamanders. Though one look at them can probably explain why. They're entirely unique. Sometimes Sicilians are commonly referred to as naked snakes, but since that might be a little confusing, we're going to avoid that common name. The name Sicilian is derived from the Latin word meaning blind, and this is for good reason. These amphibians have extremely reduced eyes that are hidden beneath either a layer of skin or even a skull. Sicilian.
So very, very cool. They are like weird burrowing creatures, and they're really interesting. They're not related to eels. Eels are ray-finned fishes, Miss Yvette. They are completely different from eels too. Yeah. Now, I made a song about Sicilians a little while ago, and it's gonna be rusty, so bear with me on that. But, I think I remember how to play it. You might recognize this song. I actually had the idea for this live on stream one day. I think some clever chatter helped inspire this song, but it goes like this. There we go. You might recognize the tune. Oh, Sicilians, you're losing your limbs, reducing extremities greatly. Oh, Sicilians, you're losing your knees, evolving to breeze through the dirt. Oh, Sicilians, you're burrowing far, becoming fossorial mainly. Oh, Sicilians, you lost all your knees, evolving to breeze through the earth. Whoa. Lizards tunnel underground like Sicilians burrow round and round. Generations lay their eggs. In a few million years, snakes have lost all their legs. There we go. Oh, Sicilians, you're losing your limbs, reducing extremities greatly. Oh, Sicilians, you're losing your knees, evolving to breeze through the dirt. Whoa. Whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, oh, whoa, whoa, oh, oh, whoa, oh, oh. And this is the part that always trips me up because I'm not used to singing this high, but it goes something like, evolution, it's at it again. It's, a structure is lost when it's used. I don't quite have it. I'm gonna have to practice this part. But let me just do the chorus one more time, to make up for that. And the chorus, of course, goes like this. Oh, Sicilians, you're losing your limbs, reducing extremities greatly. Oh, Sicilians, you're losing your knees, evolving to breeze through the earth. Whoa. There you go, something like that. I really need to practice that one, but yeah, there you go. Yeah, the Sicilian song needs some work, but I hope you enjoyed it. And for our final song, we usually do 3 when we hit a level 5 hype train. Excuse me. What are numbers? Our next song is not going to be about evolution or paleontology specifically, but it does deal with kind of a scientific mindset with deep time, all of that good stuff. And it is called the Galaxy Song. Many of you are familiar with it already. And this is a wonderful song to play for anybody who might be feeling a little bit down in the dumps. Maybe they need a little bit of pick-me-up, a change of perspective. And so to any of you out there feeling down, I would sing to you, just remember that you're standing on a planet that's evolving, revolving at 900 miles an hour. It's orbiting at 90 miles a second, so it's reckoned, a sun that is the source of all our power. Now the sun and you and me and all the stars that we can see, they're moving at 1,000,000 miles a day, in an outer spiral arm of 13,000 light years wide, of the galaxy we call the Milky Way. Now our galaxy itself contains 200 billion stars. It's 100,000 light years side to side. It bulges in the middle, 13,000 light years thick, but up by us it's just 3,000 light years wide. Now we're 30,000 light years from galactic central point. We go round every 200 million years. And our galaxy is only one of millions of billions in our amazing and expanding universe. Whoa, 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 The universe itself keeps on expanding and expanding, and all of the directions it can whiz. As fast as it can go, the speed of light, you know, 12 million miles a minute, and that's the fastest speed there is. So remember when you're feeling very small and insecure, how amazingly unlikely is your birth. And pray that there's intelligent life somewhere up in space, 'cause it's hard to find down here on Earth. There you go. That's the Galaxy song. Thank you so much, everybody, for that incredible level 5 hype train. Really appreciate it. I'm grateful. Thank you very, very much for your support. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So there you go. There you go. Claire Burr says, thank you so much, Danny. You make learning fun. I hope so, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Afro Bandit Girl. You know, I realize we usually lose a bunch of viewers when I start playing ukulele. I know I'm not a professional musician or anything like that, but thank you for those of you who stuck around for watching that. And thank you, LAGO. Best Twitch channel in existence, so says LAGO. That is high praise. I appreciate you. And thank you for the hydrate there. Yeah. Holy moly. Lenina, is that what I think it is? Adoption certificate, Lenina. What is this, Lenina? What is this? Let's take a look. Lenina. My goodness. Take a look at this, chat. Certificate of adoption from the Paleontologizing community on Twitch. Adopted from the Fort Worth Zoo. A Komodo dragon for 1 year. Signed by the zoo director. January 2023. The Fort Worth Zoo welcomes you to our adoption program. Your participation will help provide care and support for this animal. Lenina. My goodness. That's incredible. And yes, Allie J. When we get some Komodo hype emotes going in the chat there. You might be PogChamp? Anyway. But yeah, the Pog emote here on Twitch is of a Komodo dragon like that. Extraordinary. Lenina, this was incredibly thoughtful of you. That warms my heart. My goodness. This is your local zoo, right, Lenina? That is very, very cool. I don't even know what to say. One of my favorite animals alive today, the Komodo dragon, the world's largest living lizard. You want to do this back in the summer? Things do happen, Lenina. Thank you for... My goodness. Gharials weren't on the adoption list, nor did they have cassowaries or tuataras, I assume. Lenina, yeah. This is incredibly thoughtful of you, Lenina. Holy moly. Very, very cool. So here on Paleontologizing, one of these days we're going to have a Komodo dragon conservation stream. I still have to figure out how to, A, pull off a fundraiser for this kind of thing. But here is maybe a, maybe one way to do that. Oh, and I just realized I need to change our category again. Let's change that back to, let's make it just chatting, actually. There you go. Yeah. Hang on, let me grab you a Komodo dragon skull. This, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else, esteemed viewers, is the skull of Varanus komodoensis, a Komodo dragon. What a remarkable animal. I mean, holy cow. Take a look at those jaws. Take a look at those teeth. Varanid lizards like this have been around since the Cretaceous period here on Earth, and today the largest one in existence is Varanus komodoensis, the Komodo dragon. And Helix Fossil says looks like a mosasaur? That's not an accident. No. There's a reason that looks like a mosasaur. It's because they are close relatives. When we do our Komodo dragon stream, I would love to auction this off. Maybe we'll do that on eBay or something like that. People can bid, and we can raise some money for Komodo dragon conservation. I don't know. I still got to figure that out. What's the best way to raise money for this kind of thing, you know? But, yeah. Let's pull up a Komodo dragon on our old Tree of Life here. Yeah. Well, let's look up genus Varanus real quick. Monitor lizards. Right there. And there you go, Maskling. I do have I have more than a couple of skulls in my office. You're correct, Maskling. That's a cast, by the way. It's not the real thing. It's an exact replica of the real thing. Molded and cast from the original. Monitor lizards, scientific name Varanus. So this is one genus. Just like Tyrannosaurus is a genus, just like Velociraptor is a genus. Just like Australovenator is a genus. Varanus is also a genus. And then the Komodo dragon right there is one member of this genus. Yeah. And these are truly remarkable animals. The world's largest living lizard. And they're related to mosasaurs, too. So, Lenina, you actually picked an excellent time to talk about this. Yeah. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah. What a neat animal. A Varanus komodoensis. Let's see if we can find a quick video on them. There we go.
When I first saw the dragons close up, I was really amazed. There's something about that prehistoric look that they have, that weird sort of eye that's looking around, the saliva dripping from the mouth. They have an interesting gait where they kind of wave the head back and forth, and their front legs make big circles to come around, and they cover a lot of ground with their steps.
Yeah.
Komodo dragons live only on islands in the Indonesian archipelago.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably, maybe only about 3,000 of these animals left. The villages are not large. They're usually sort of right on the coast. And the dragons are kind of off in the distance. The dragons don't generally attack and kill and drag off a person. That's not really the usual incident. It's sometimes just a defensive bite and then the dragon leaves. But I think more and more as the villages spread out a bit, the dragons are coming closer to people and coming into the villages more often in search of food.
Yeah.
In the culture, there is a reverence for Komodo dragons, and
Look
they
at
do
that.
see them as sort of an ancestral form. People have been kind of obsessed with the Komodo dragon saliva, what's in it and how deadly is it. The venom actually has a component in it that stops the blood from clotting. And so when the animal crawls away and maybe tries to hide out, it's going to bleed out much faster because of this venom that's in its blood. And so the dragon will be able to sniff out that animal a little bit later and feed on it, even if it escaped.
Yep.
But certainly the saliva of the Komodo dragon is nasty stuff.
This is the only lizard in the world that eats pigs and deer and water buffalo. It's a lizard that eats deer. How extraordinary is that, chat? That is really, really interesting. I mean, holy cow. Yeah. Oh dear, indeed, Smarthosaurus.
When you see these in the wild, you think, wow, this is almost sort of a relic of evolution. There's just a beauty and a look about them, and I just think it would be incredible to live amongst these ancient dragons.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Thank you again, Lenina, for adopting a Komodo dragon at the Fort Worth Zoo on account of this community. That makes me so happy. My goodness. And Blue too. Thank you, Lenina, and thank you, Blue Front. Really appreciate you. Doing good work there. That makes my heart smile. Thank you so much. And, I will save this certificate. Come on now. There we go. I cannot wait to post this online, actually, if you don't mind, Lenina. Very, very excited about that. Very, very cool. And how are you doing, Blue Front? I'll come back to you. It's good to see you. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. It's not the greatest of scans. Still, it's more than good enough, Lenina. That's high res enough for sure. Yeah. You can send me the certificate, Lenina. That almost seems like too much. If you would like to, I would love to have that. I can frame it and put it up. Maybe I can hang it up there, up on the wall behind our new baby Triceratops that we're gonna be putting up there, or I can replace one of these other pictures with that. That would actually be even better. Yeah, let me know, Lenina. I would love to hang that up on my wall. Holy cow. Yeah. And you're sending the plush for a fundraiser giveaway item anyway. Oh, Lenina, that is... It's very generous of you. There was a plush, too? A plush Komodo dragon? Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, yeah. Very, very cool. Oh man, I am touched. Lenina, thank you so much. Very, very cool. I'm gonna look into doing some conservation streams later this year. So that we can use this community to try and make a positive impact for the survival of these animals. You know, this is a lineage that has existed on Earth since the Cretaceous period. 70 plus, 80 plus, 90 plus million years ago. We want to make sure that these critters are here long into the future. Because they are threatened by human activities. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. He has a blep. Oh, the tongue is sticking out, Lenina? That sounds very cool. Yeah. And Courtney Raptor. Mr. Ballon. I did not. I don't know who Mr. Ballon is. No. Would you care to provide a link, Courtney Raptor? Yeah. And Avarice. People selling fossils. Yeah, Avarice, that happens all over the place online. There's a lot of illegal fossil sales that go on eBay every day. And generally the US government really doesn't care about that. Yeah, that's the thing that happens, Avarice, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Ali J, are you planning to do just modern day dinosaur sus lizards or other animals to do? Other animals too. Well, I know I wanted to do some animals that we had so far on our roster for conservation streams. Where let me look up my list. Conservation. Gharials, Komodo dragons, cassowaries, fishing cats, leatherback turtles, Australian lungfish, kiwi, and hoatzins are 8 different critters on my list so far. But that is definitely open to expansion. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, those are all critters that they have kind of a special place in the heart of many paleontologists. Fishing cats, in particular, are, they're a critter that I've been looking at for some of my own research on fish-eating behavior in certain dinosaurs. And, they've really kind of, captured my heart. So I'd love to be able to share them with you and maybe raise some money for their conservation at some point down the line, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And, Avarice, somebody had an Ankylosaurus fossilized club. That's almost certainly a fake, Avarice. Do you have a link? Because it'd be nice to look at that. Yeah. We only have one Ankylosaurus tail club in existence in any museum anywhere. It's in the American Museum of Natural History in New York. So, yeah, chances are whatever they're trying to pawn off is probably fake. Yeah, huge if true. Exactly, Ios, yeah. How you doing, by the way, Ios? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Ios just completed a long on-stream arc with her haircut election. Ios, what was the final winner for the haircut election? If you could provide us a picture in chat, that would actually be excellent. Yeah, it was B, Claire Burr. I'm actually really glad to hear that. I think B was the best one. So, and I may have contributed some channel points and some gift subscriptions also to that end. So yeah. And there, Afrobenegar, you bet. Mosasaurus is a wonderful animal, and it's also like a relative of the Komodo dragon, the varanid lizards. But yeah. Anyway, very cool stuff. Let's just say it's a haircut and omit the picture. Let it be a surprise. No, I mean not a picture of you, but the picture for the B haircut. Ios. If you have it at the ready. It's okay if you don't. But yeah. And there you go, Afro-Bennett Girl. Thank you, Afro-Bennett Girl, for suggesting that. Yeah. And we'll go ahead and cross this off of our dinosaur deep dive list right now. There we go. It's starting to grow again. We need to start paring this down. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Fish Geek, I'm doing well. How are you doing? Welcome. Yeah. And Courtney Raptor. There we go. What is this about? Top 3 places you can't go and people who went anyways. Interesting. The islands of Komodo, perhaps? Indonesia. Yeah, interesting. Not much about Komodo dragons, it seems. I don't know. Anyway, these animals are, you can generally get pretty up close and personal with them. They're not actually that dangerous. Like I've seen a lot of videos on YouTube of people going like, oh no, you can't go anywhere near these islands or the lizards will eat you. And that's completely wrong. These aren't monsters. They're, you know, they're animals. And there's lots and lots of up-close footage of these animals, you know, doing what they do where they live. Again, beautiful, beautiful creatures. Yeah. They are just gorgeous animals. Yeah. 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 The Rangers can stop them with forked sticks. There you go, Captain Llama. Yes, indeed. There's one eating a shark, looks like. Yeah. Look at that instinctual head waving like that. So they do that when they're ripping strips of flesh off of a larger carcass, but I guess instinct kind of kicks in and they do that even when they're eating smaller things. And it's just gonna swallow this whole. You know, it's manageable enough. So there you go. Bye-bye, shark. Pretty extraordinary. Yeah. I presume that shark was already dead, Allie J. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. He looks very well satisfied. Yeah, I would say so. Look at that. There's the last of the tail disappearing there. That's a good meal. He won't have to eat again for a few weeks probably after that. He or she. Looks like a male though. Yeah. What a cool animal. Very, very neat. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Ah, my goodness. Yeah. What an incredible animal. Now, Avarice, you showed this to me. They're charging $500 for this? This is not femur end. This doesn't look like the end of a femur. What? Yeah, this doesn't even look like ankylosaur texture. That doesn't... So by femur end, do they mean the femur head? Because that is not what that looks like. I suspect that they're lying about what this is. In fact, this almost looks vertebral. Again, just don't buy fossils online, or don't buy fossils, period. This is not... I don't think this is a femur at all. Yeah. Yeah. This doesn't look femur-y to me. It really, really doesn't. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Thank you for sharing, Avarice. But yeah, that's I do not think that's a femur. No reason to think it is. Yeah. And there you go. I don't think I have a quote bot like that. Do I? I have Nightbot and Moobot, but I don't know if either of them is set up for doing that. Ios, you're an administrator on this channel, right? I think if anybody can figure this out, it's you. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ios. Yeah, shoot. I don't think I have that set up. I do want to help. I do want to set that up at some point, but I don't think I have a thing that I can add quotes to. Yeah. Anywho. You know what our title was for this broadcast? What was it again? Let's talk dinosaurs, how dinosaurs make kids smarter. Let's talk a bit about that, because we have not yet gotten to it. So, yeah. Let's get to that, shall we? This was something that I posted about myself on the Bird website earlier. Where was that? There we go. Here's the article from November 23rd, 2022. Don't know how we missed this when it came out. But apparently being obsessed with dinosaurs enhances kids' intelligence. And this is not something that I had to be told. This is something that I know is true right off the bat. But let's read it anyway, real quick. There we go. Charlie is a 10-year-old boy, lives in Essex in the UK, and has a great passion of the dinosaurs. A few months ago, his parents took him and his brother to spend the night at the Natural History Museum in London. I guess they had like an overnight thing there, which is cool. Then the little paleontologist devoted himself to carefully reviewing all the pieces and realized that one of the specimens had been classified as an oviraptor, but the image showed a protoceratops. And yeah, I'm guessing this is probably an egg where a lot of like oviraptorosaur eggs have been classified as protoceratops before. And yeah, it would make sense for the Natural History Museum to make a mistake like that. A lot of their displays are really kind of subpar nowadays, honestly, from what I've heard. But yeah, and Hojo Cat, we'll be talking about that too. The parents did not pay much attention when Charlie told them the error, but days later, the Natural History Museum in London sent them a letter thanking him for the correction and encouraging the child to continue deepening his knowledge in paleontology? This is just poor writing. Charlie's case is quite peculiar. It's not that peculiar, honestly. But his interest in dinosaurs is shared with many other children around the world. In fact, it is likely that at some point throughout your childhood, you too may have become obsessed with dinosaurs, or at least you had a friend who loved dinosaurs. Children who are passionate about dinosaurs can name, without error, dozens of species. I don't know about without error part, you know. They are still kids, you know. Anyway, but know what dinosaurs ate, how they lived, and even when they died. Yeah. An adult can usually only name about 10 dinosaurs with a little luck. This is true. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I went through a big dinosaur phase when I was a kid. And, it never left me, you know? I was a terminal case. Never recovered. I became a dinosaur paleontologist. I got pretty lucky. But, anyway. Yeah. Yeah. The intense interest in childhood. The incredible knowledge of children about dinosaurs. This is a really poorly written article from psychology-spot.com. Anyway, apparently in psychology, this is a phenomenon known as intense interests. Very strong motivation for a specific topic. I've always had this for dinosaurs. It's never left me. So yeah, I feel this, you know. About a third of children develop, at some stage throughout their childhood, an intense interest. Usually between 2 and 6 years of age. In some cases, that interest is not extinguished in childhood, but accompanies them for a large part of their lives. They are those people who always have a passion that, in a certain way, has served as a guiding thread and refuge over the years. This is definitely true for me. Yeah. Oh boy, let me see if I can find you a better article here, because this one's kind of garbage. Find something that is a little bit better written, you know? There we go. This is from a website called moms.com. Okay. Why you should indulge your child's dinosaur obsession. What I was looking for either. Give me a second here and let me find this article. I think Darren Naish was talking about this recently. Let me see if I can find that. And let's see here. Cruising through this on the old bird website. Have been from yesterday. Let's see if we can find this, because I remember there being a pretty decent article there, I think. There we go. From didyouKnowFacts.com. Kids who are obsessed with dinosaurs have higher intelligence. That's a little bit problematic the way that they word that, but whatever. In the psychology world, this phenomenon is known as intense interests. A study from the University of Indiana and the University of Wisconsin found that an intense interest can enhance perseverance, improve attention, and enhance skills of complex thinking as the processing of information, especially when the interest demands a conceptual domain. Intense interests, like an obsession with dinosaurs, have been shown to improve linguistic skills and are a good indicator of higher understanding. It's also been shown that the way that children study dinosaurs helps them develop strategies to tackle problems throughout their lives. Interestingly, kids' intense interest in dinosaurs develops in the first year of life without encouragement from their parents? What? I'm sorry, what? As mentioned earlier, most of these obsessions pass, and only 20% of kids still have the intense interest when they enter school. Researchers believe that once kids start school and have to devote time to learning new things, they lose their free time to explore their interests. It is suggested that in order to keep your child's interest alive as they grow up, parents should teach their kids facts about the subject as opposed to letting them have pretend adventures. Let's just look at the actual... where did that go? The intense interests link. This is the same article we were looking at before.
I think
all right.
You should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
It's true, Green Dragon.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
Hope your year is going well so far.
Thank you for the 2 months of support. Really appreciate you. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Thank you for your continued support, Green Dragon. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking for the link here, and where did it go? Because there was actually a link to the paper somewhere, and I'm trying to find it, and it's... That one link was broken. Oh, goodness. Give me a second here. There we go. This is the one. Here's a link to the paper right here. And this is from an Elsevier journal. I'm surprised it's available for free. Publication from 2008 from the journal Cognitive Development. A short report, the development of conceptual interests in young children. There we go. Over 2 decades ago, Chai and her colleagues initiated a report of research focused on children who were intensely interested in the conceptual domain of dinosaurs. This work prompted a close consideration of whether children's domain-specific knowledge acquisition could account for changes that previously had been attributed to age-related developmental processes. Sustaining interest on conceptual domains like dinosaurs can lead to a number of benefits for learning: increased knowledge and persistence, heightened attention, and deeper levels of processing. As I often say, dinosaurs are kind of a gateway, for kids to learn about how to learn, to get excited about the idea of learning, to start understanding how science works, and maintain an interest in a scientific field like that. It's really, really important stuff, So yeah. Anybody who's watching who has kids, or was once a kid, or knows of a kid, you can probably understand this pretty well, I think. I think everybody has met a dinosaur-obsessed child. To me, I think dinosaurs are such a wonderful gateway to the sciences because of the reasons that I just mentioned, but also because dinosaurs allow children the idea, they allow them the experience of knowing things that other people don't know. When you're kind of a precocious child and you learn some things about dinosaurs, things that your parents don't know, things that your grandparents don't know, things that all the adults in your life don't know, there's a real kind of power in that. When you have knowledge that the grown-ups, the big people in your life don't have, it's a really empowering feeling. It's, hey, I can take charge of my own learning. And I can learn things that all those, big lofty grown-ups, they have no idea about. And I can teach them, That's a really powerful feeling for a child. And I think that's really, really important for developing that love of learning and valuing the idea of knowing things, When you can associate those positive feelings there, like, hey, I know something that my parents don't know, and my teachers at school don't know too. I could tell them about Allosaurus, or Brachiosaurus, or Ankylosaurus, and they don't know the first thing about that, but I do. That's a powerful feeling. It's a very positive thing. It's kind of learning to fall in love with the idea of learning. It's pretty special. So yeah. Yeah, and you're still a dinosaur-obsessed person? Me too, Courtney Raptor. Me too. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And Avarice says, I wasn't obsessed with dinosaurs until my 20s. As a kid, it was Egypt and archaeology. Oh, cool, Avarice. Well, that probably served a similar function, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and it being new again. Oh, that is a cool idea, Avarice. It is really cool. This idea that, like, Avarice says it was so cool, the idea of finding something that we should already know because it was something within a time period where humans existed. But it being new again, that is a cool idea, Avarice. Whereas dinosaurs, nobody has ever seen a living, non-avian dinosaur. A dinosaur from the Mesozoic era, nobody's ever seen a living one. Because our ancestors were around back then, but you know, yeah, human beings only evolved, shoot, less than 1 million years ago. Last of the non-bird dinosaurs died out 66 million years ago. So any dinosaur that you find is gonna be brand new. It's gonna be something that no person's ever seen before. So yeah. Oh, and very cool, Masculine. Yeah. Now you're an amateur paleontologist? Awesome, Masculine. Yeah. And I'll see you later, Dr. E. Hey, you have... Well, okay, I hope... Oh, I was assuming you were getting a literal call from work, Dr. E. Hope it's not too urgent. Anyway, you enjoy the rest of your evening, Dr. E, and thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Yeah. So yeah. Happy Nightmare says, my dinosaur obsession began around a year ago as a 30-something. There you go, Happy Nightmares. It's never too late to get interested in dinosaurs, because they really are for all people of all ages, you know? Oh yeah. Anyway, continuing this. Interests refer to relations between individuals and objects, domains, events, or topics that are personally meaningful. Interest is both a psychological state and an individual predisposition. Though the present investigations focus on the latter, individual predisposition. Okay. Yeah. One of the chief consequences of conceptual interests appears to be the development of fairly rich, oftentimes taxonomically organized knowledge, aligned with domains that are relatively narrow in scope. Researchers interested in the impact of expertise on children's and adults' categorization and concepts have analyzed how such domains support mastery of subordinate-level concepts through perceptual learning and acquisition of semantic knowledge on topics such as dinosaurs. Or birds, which are dinosaurs. So that's dinosaurs twice right there. And even artificial domains such as Pokemon. There you go. Yeah. I've commented on this before, too, how it does seem like a lot of you probably know a kid who is, like, obsessed with Pokemon and knows all of their different names and statistics and types and everything else. Which, you know, it's cool to, like, be interested in learning some, you know, a field of information like that. And that might be a nice stepping stone for learning about things in the real world, you know, like birds. Or other dinosaurs. But really, it is, I guess in this case, what's important is the idea of learning how to learn. You know, becoming really interested in learning new information on a topic. Fully immersing yourself in it. And that's something that, like, let's be frank, a lot of people nowadays, a lot of adults, it's like a foreign idea to them. You know? Almost kind of like a scary foreign thing. The idea of, like, learning everything that you can about a given subject and being really interested in it. Just being driven to find out as much as you can about a topic. For so many people, that is like... It's not something they can even imagine themselves doing. You know? That idea of learning as a joyous pursuit, something that can give your life meaning like that. So many people don't have that. They've lost it. It's really sad. Yeah. Yeah. And Science Stream says, I worry I'll forget everything else. Only so much room? I've forgotten so much already? I don't necessarily think that our brains work like a filing cabinet where if they reach a certain size and then you have to start taking files out and throwing them away. I don't think it really works that way. Yeah. Thank you for giving me a little of that, Danny. Well, thank you, Claire Bird. Appreciate it. Kind words. Yeah. But yeah. Green Dragon says, for me, learning about dinosaurs sparked my imagination. Think of it, giant creatures that lived millions of years ago. But they were real! That's the thing about dinosaurs, is their authenticity. That's what sets them apart from Pokemon or monsters or, you know, mythical creatures or stuff like that, is that, well, they actually lived. And we know that because of the fossils that we've dug up, and we can go out and find more fossils, and find new dinosaurs that we previously didn't know existed, you know? That is truly remarkable, you know? Yeah. And the dinosaurs can tell us a little bit about ourselves. This is very true. They can tell us a lot about ourselves, Green Dragon, yeah. There is a special kind of magic in that, for lack of a better word. Beautifully said, Green Dragon. I agree 1000%. Yes, indeed. Yeah. But yeah. And Nothing More Variant says, I sometimes start talking about the things that I care about and find that people I'm talking to are treating that as an imposition. Oh. It is kind of insulting, Nothing More, yeah. I really care about stuff and wish others hadn't lost that capacity to care, but that's the thing, Nothing More. This is like a personal soapbox of mine. Especially in, like, American culture, this is a thing that sometimes, like, intense interests are not profitable to the people who want to make money off of everything, you know? In our modern culture, you and me and everybody else are encouraged to be kind of passive consumers. To not think too hard about anything. To not really, like, trouble our brains with considering the, you know, the how and why of everyday life. We're supposed to just wake up, go to work, you know, enriching other people, the business owners, and then go home, shut your brain off, watch TV. And then whatever disposable income that you have after you're done paying your mortgage or your rent, your car payment, your food bills and everything else, just spend it on, you know, consumer goods that aren't actually going to make you happy. They're not actually going to enrich your life in any way, you know? But it keeps that system churning and helps the rich get richer. And you're not really supposed to think about, you know, what really makes me happy? What are the things that I'm interested in? What am I passionate about? Those ideas are dangerous to that system, you know?
One of these archaeologist fellows.
Well, it's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
There you go, Astro Printer. Thank you so much for the raid there, Astro Printer. How are you doing? And welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. First of all, how was your stream, Astro Printer? Have you raided before? Not sure I recognize that name, Astro Printer. But welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. As you saw there, a paleontologist, well, I suppose we dig a bit deeper than the archaeologists, at least stratigraphically speaking. We work on fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. I dig up dinosaurs for various institutions across the American West. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now I talk about them 5 days a week right here on Twitch. So, yeah. Again, I hope you had a wonderful stream, Astro Printer, doing some makers and crafting. Very nice. All things 3D printing and science. Really neat, Astro Printer. Your stream is wonderful. Thank you again for the raid. We're doing some 3D printing of our own right now. And let me get the camera. It's frozen again. Keeps doing that today. There we go. And uh-oh, I've not checked this in a while. Is that a... Let me look at this. That looked really squirrely, but no, it's good. Yeah. Right now, I'm working on 3D printing a life-size baby Triceratops skeleton for display here in my office. It's gonna look like this when it's done. It's gonna go right up there on top of the bookcase where the Ceratosaurus skull and the lungfish are right now, next to our full-size juvenile Tyrannosaurus skeleton. Yeah. Very excited about that. It's gonna be really, really cool. So, yeah. Yeah. And you talk 3D printing, astronomy, and maker projects. Very cool, Astro Printer. That's really, really cool. Everybody, if you're not yet following Astro Printer, consider changing that. Yeah. Thank you, Astro Printer, for the raid. It's great to have you here. Yeah. 30 printers of various sizes. Holy cow, Astro Printer. I've got one of a singular size, and you're looking at it right there. This is my Prusa i3 Mark III S, which I assembled myself about 3 years ago now. And I love this thing. It is printed... Whoop. Every fossil that you see here, from Smilodon to Stegosaurus to baby Triceratops right here, Camarasaurus, Stegosaurus, Telmatosaurus, Dilophosaurus, Euoplocephalus, and that whole juvenile T-Rex too, and many, many others. Yeah, man, that thing's been a workhorse. I really like the Prusa. But, yeah. One is good to start the addiction. I've been very careful to keep it at one. For now. I don't have the space for more than one printer, Astro Printer, but, I'm glad you do. That's awesome. Well, what kind of things do you print? I'd love to hear about it. Yeah. 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 And we were talking about, well, just a few minutes ago, we were talking about dinosaurs and how they can help inflame a passion for learning and understanding. A passion that's not always, you know, seen as profitable in the modern world under the current organization of our economy, especially here in the United States. Yeah. As a Truckhorn says, the number of people I know who say something like, I loved cooking or art or science, etc., but yada yada, my parents made me go into accounting and then that passion died. It is sad, Truckhorn. It really is sad. And that's kind of a reality of life in our modern world. I recognize I am incredibly lucky to be able to be here and, as a dinosaur paleontologist, follow my passion. Dig up dinosaurs and study them and publish on them and talk about them here on Twitch 5 days a week. I'm living the dream. I really am. And that's, I try to never forget that, you know? I've been incredibly fortunate, and this is my way of trying to give something back, you know? So yeah.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Thank you, Maskling, for that gift to Astro Printer. That seems well deserved there. Thank you, Maskling. I appreciate you. Yeah. Holy moly. Yeah. Yeah, very cool. And, anyway, Astro Printer says, I print toys for Tots. Oh, that's super cool. I print for the blind and disabled, and also print RC robots, remote control robots. And since I do outreach for NASA, I print demonstrations to explain the sciences in my talks. Very, very cool, Astro Printer. You are doing some excellent work there, and I'm so glad to make your acquaintance. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Astro Printer. Holy cow. Very, very cool. Really, really neat. Here, let's, twitch.tv/Astro Printer. No space, no underscore. There we go.
I have some background music going, but we're going to have a hangout.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Let me follow right there. Awesome, Astro Printer. It's great to have you here. Again, welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Nothing More Variant says, and people say that if people didn't have the profit motive, what would motivate them to keep this society together? That, to me, that's like a... That's the most ridiculous question in the world. You know, if I didn't have to, you know, work to make a living, well, I actually walked away from a job that paid me a lot better than streaming here on Twitch so that I could do this full time. You know, that's not profit motivated, is it? It's the opposite. Yeah. Please, look at all the wonderful things people do when they're given the time and space and resources to do what they want. Having a job and bills actually suppresses all of that. 1,000% Nothing More Variant. Yeah, absolutely. And I sincerely wish we lived in a world where people's basic needs were taken care of so that they could actually pursue their passions and make the world a better place for those around them, rather than this incredibly wasteful, cutthroat, savage, inhumane world that we live in that's, you know, driven by the profit motive, profit at all costs. It's inhuman. But anyway, yeah. That's just, yeah. There you go, Lenina. Where's my Star Trek world with no money? There you go, Lenina. Yeah. And your job pays for your hobbies, obsessions? I'm glad to hear that, Astro Printer. Yeah. Yeah, shoot, mine does too. Here on Twitch, you know? Yeah. Back when I was a teacher, you know, full-time teaching kids, I earned a bit more money too, but I didn't get to spend as much time with fossil science as I would like to. And now that I'm here, I feel like the luckiest guy in the world, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And Neon Coffee Cat says, should we go back to a bartering society? There's a fundamental misunderstanding there. Not with you, Neon Coffee Cat, but just barter is not actually something that... So, bartering societies actually came after money, which is something that, like, economists get 100% wrong. Talk to an anthropologist, and they'll talk to you, you know, they'll tell you about this. There's a book that I'm reading right now that I'm very thoroughly enjoying. There we go. The book is called... oh, there it is. I'm trying to find you one little embiggen properly. Come on now. It's called Debt, The First 5,000 Years. And it is thoroughly fascinating. It's written by an anthropologist. And so he kind of points out... Well, he kind of talks about, like, how debt actually predates money. It predates barter. It predates so many other things in human culture. And basically, this is what society is organized around. And he kind of defines that in such a way that it actually makes sense for human society. It's really, really interesting. And I would very highly recommend it to anybody watching. This is a book that actually makes economics make sense, because economics, classically, famously, economics is a field that is kind of at war with observable reality. You know, economists really, really don't like, you know, data and, like, actual studies being conducted on how different economic systems work. It's really more of like a belief system than it is like something that's could be considered a science, you know? This book kind of explains why. So anyway, yeah. I'm trying to find you a decent copy of this that's, oh boy. Pricey. On thrift books. But anyway, here's a link, so you'll have the title and everything. I'm actually listening to the audiobook right now when I go out and exercise, and it's been such a joy. Like, what a wonderful, wonderful book. Extremely thought-provoking. It's like I have to stop every 10 minutes and kind of take everything in, you know? So yeah. Anyway, money astrology. There you go, Truckhorn. Yeah, well, that's the thing about. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole right now about why economics is not a science, but yeah, you know, science requires creating hypotheses that are tested in an objective way. Economics doesn't do that. It just doesn't. So yeah, anyway. But yeah, excellent book. The author died a couple of years ago, David Graeber, and what a loss. My goodness. He wrote another book that I really thoroughly enjoyed. That's why I got into this one. He wrote a book called BS Jobs, which was, again, extraordinarily thought-provoking. Yeah. And Tactile 3D Picture says, yeah, but if we live in the world like this, somebody would have a passion to be gangsters. Yeah, we have those people. They're called bankers. Tactile 3D Picture. Anyway. They're called business owners. Anyway, yeah. Gonna have to read this book? Yeah, Green Dragon. Shoot, the other one. I know this is a family-friendly channel, but, so, like, saying the name of this title out loud. Yeah, BS Jobs, there you go. By David Graeber. Book that incredibly thought-provoking. This will challenge the way that you think about jobs, the job market, the way that the economy functions and everything. The rise of pointless work and what we can do about it. This is kind of a book that is like central to my understanding of the world nowadays. It's pretty excellent. Can't say enough good things about it. So yeah, holy cow. In fact, I think there was a, let's see. Where was that? Oh yeah, here's an article about that. About the role of women in BS jobs. Which is not something that he like goes into. He does talk about a good deal in the book, I suppose. But anyway, I'm sure you can use that link to get to the book, and the audiobook version of it is particularly good. You know, sometimes you get an audiobook and it's read by somebody who, like, how in the world did this person get a job reading audiobooks? Their voice is insufferable. This is not one of those books. Very skillfully read. Yeah. I'll say that. And nothing more. Holy cow. Thank you, Tactile 3D Picture. I appreciate you, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. I appreciate that you followed even after I feel like that might have been kind of a snippy response that I gave to you. Welcome to the channel. I appreciate you. Nothing more variant says, my friend Sophie was close with David Graver before he passed. Sounds like really stand-up guy. They really miss him. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, one of these days I'm gonna make myself a website and have like a list of books on there that have really enriched my life. People ask me for book recommendations all the time, and this is gonna be on that list. This and Michael Novacek's Time Traveler and Dinosaurs of the Flaming Cliffs. What else? Yeah, I don't know. Some of Jack Horner's books, like How to Build a Dinosaur. Yeah, some of Leon de Linhoup's books, like Crow Planet. And then, you know, just a lot of other, like, fossil-related books, too. Good stuff. So anyway, yeah. Yeah. You do believe everybody should have a basic income? 100% agreed. Tactile 3D Picture, yes. Absolutely. Welcome to the community. It's good to have you here. I'm glad you could join us. Appreciate you. Yeah. And there you go, Mwemla. Very readable books. Distinction by Pierre Bourdieu. I think I've heard of this before, yeah. A Nightfall book by Isaac Asimov. I think I've read... Asimov also wrote A Space Odyssey, right? 2001 A Space Odyssey? I know I've read excerpts from that, Astro Printer, and I was engrossed. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. And Betmother, you got Crow Planet for Christmas? One of the best books that I've read in a long time. Where did I put it? I just finished it recently. And that is really, really excellent book. It had like a light blue jacket on it, which makes it particularly difficult to locate. It's not the most vibrant, stand-out kind of color. But anyway, yeah. And Asimov invented the term robot. I thought he really? Maskling? I thought the word robot came from like an old Czech word for like worker or slave or something like that. I thought that was a word that's from like the 1800s, maskling. But I could be wrong about that. I don't know. Anyway, I know Asimov was incredibly influential to science fiction. Absolutely. Asimov popularized it. There you go. Thank you, Claire Burr. So he started using it in, yeah. Oh, no, that was Arthur C. Clarke, shoot, who wrote 2001 A Space Odyssey. I'm sorry. I completely botched that. My apologies, chat. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't remember if it was Asimov or Arthur C. Clarke who was friends with Carl Sagan. And I remember reading that in a Sagan biography, but I don't remember which one it was. But yeah. The word robotics was from Asimov. Oh, cool, Kennedy. Very, very cool. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Anyway, we were talking about... To try and get back on track here. We were talking about this, which is like a popular science article here. Kids who are obsessed with dinosaurs have higher intelligence. And, you know, the first question you should ask is this causation or correlation? But it does seem like whether it is causation or correlation, having a strong interest in dinosaurs at a young age does correlate, as we see here, with what we call conceptual interests. The idea of kind of learning how to learn, being able to like hold interest in an arcane subject for a long time. And really become passionate about it. Want to learn as much as you can about this thing. These are skills that are extremely valuable, you know? This gets into the very crux of learning, you know? So yeah. Good stuff. Saggy Iguana, I have not read. Mr. X essay, I have not, no. That's interesting. And yeah, it is from Elsevier, but luckily it is non-paywalled here, Muemla. So drink deep of the Elsevier cup. They're not getting any money out of me here. But yeah, good stuff. I'm actually really looking forward to going through all of these citations here. Holy cow, that's a lot. Because this actually has bearing on my own interests, and there's a book that I'd like to write someday that this would have some bearing on, so yeah. Anyway, really excited to have this. But, very, very cool. Looking through this here, we're just control effing dinosaurs here. Doing a search within the text. Yeah. Conclusions. Discussion. Nope. I guess that's results. I guess there's no conclusion. It's going to be results in the discussion. This I found really, really interesting here, and I think this is worthy of, this is going to be fun to talk about right here. Children with conceptual interests may find themselves in a dilemma as school begins, as they get old enough to go to school. They may be highly interested in a domain and be accustomed to receiving individualized support for the interest from parents and preschool teachers. When I was a preschool teacher, I tried really hard to help kids learn about things that they were really interested in. Conceptual interest is one of the few early childhood interests where a child tends to rely on parents and other individuals to provide a significant amount of relevant information. Middle-class children almost certainly have opportunities to ask curiosity questions and to receive informative answers during the relatively unstructured preschool years to help feed their growing interest in a conceptual domain. In contrast, the elementary school classroom involves more children, more stringent curricular objectives, particularly with an increased societal emphasis on assessment and accountability. The whole no child left behind thing is like this turned up to 11. And there may be relatively little time for children to ask questions pertinent to their interest and receive individualized answers. School environments may simply not accommodate the long-term pursuit of relatively narrow interests, particularly among young children that are still quite independent from adults or older children for access to information. Young children with conceptual interests may also experience new social pressures as they begin to form friendships in elementary school. Friends are an important part of social support. Friendships are often based on common ground. Other children in the child's class may not happen to know much about or be very interested in frogs, horses, or dinosaurs. Thus, children may intentionally suppress their interests and knowledge when they do not align with those of their classmates in order to nurture developing friendships. I, for one, kind of struggled with this when I was a kid. So I had been intensely interested in dinosaurs all throughout elementary school. And in like 2nd and 3rd and into 4th grade, I had a group of friends who also were interested in dinosaurs too. And they kind of looked to me as like a leader about this kind of thing. And I don't know. Yeah, I happened to know the most about dinosaurs and was the most intensely interested in dinosaurs. And was really good for a while. And then later on, right about 4th grade, some of my friends decided they weren't really as interested in dinosaurs anymore. They kind of started to tease me about that a little bit. And I guess I was really lucky in the sense that I don't know, I'd been taught from an early age to kind of stand up for myself and, like, not take any of that crud from other people. So I would push back against them. And they'd try to ostracize me, and I don't know. I didn't really let that happen. And so I never really became like an outcast or anything like that. Because, I don't know. Sometimes it got to the point of like physical fights. And, yeah, I don't know. I recognize for a lot of people, about how I say this. I just feel very lucky in the sense that, like, I was in an emotional space where I could stand up for myself and sometimes, like, punch another kid if it came to that, and stand up for what I thought was important. And I was able to, like, I don't know, kind of maintain the respect of my peers in that regard. Because, you know, at least when I was growing up, one of the ways that you maintained respect was, like, sometimes you'd have to punch another little boy in the face. And, like, afterward, you know, you help him up off the ground, and it's like you see eye to eye now, you know? Oh, yeah. This is probably very specific to my own circumstances when I was growing up, but that's the way it went, you know? Yeah. Lenina says, I was not that kid. I just melted into the shadows. And yeah, a lot of people are definitely that way, Lenina. Yeah. You were definitely not alone in that. So yeah. Yeah. And you were a biter, Reno? Is that right? I never bit any other kids, but, you know, yeah. Yeah. But anyway, and yeah, Triceratops, yeah. Overall, NCL beat, No Child Left Behind, yeah. Generally harmful. There's some good things about it, but overall, I think probably a failure. Yeah. 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 Anyway, Astro Printer says, I go into schools and do talks about the sciences to get kids to think beyond what is in their school books. That is incredibly important, Astro Printer. It really, really is. Yeah. I explain the science in easy-to-understand terms, and it drives very creative questions. You're doing the Lord's work there, Astro Printer. That's excellent stuff. Really, really is. And that's, you know, what I tried to do, too, when I was a teacher full-time a couple years ago. Yeah. And I sincerely wish that we'd had people like you who'd come to my school when I was a kid, Astro Printer. I don't know. My schooling in general was, I don't know. I feel lucky to be in the situation that I was in. It's not really a place to complain, but like, as our paper was talking about right here, you know, children with conceptual interests may find themselves in a dilemma as school begins. So like, as those kids get older and older, sometimes it's seen as like uncool to be interested in certain things, and I don't know. I was lucky enough in the situation that I was in where I could decide for myself what was cool and what wasn't. And like, you don't think dinosaurs are cool? Take a hike, you know? But then later on in high school, as this article kind of talks about, I don't know, by the time I was like a freshman and a sophomore in high school, I had started volunteering at the Museum of Paleontology here in Berkeley, California. And so like, you know, every weekday that I wasn't in school, during the summers or during holiday breaks and stuff, I would be hanging out with paleontologists working at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. You know, volunteering there, learning everything I could learn about fossils and hanging out with scientists. It was wonderful. But by the time senior year rolled around, I'd kind of decided, like, oh, shoot, you know? I'm thinking about applying to different universities, and, you know, the end of high school is in sight. I started cutting school to go hang out at the museum. And because I felt like I was learning more there than I was in school. And I do feel like that is a thing with kids who do have an intense interest like this. Sometimes they don't feel like it's being served in school, you know? And at that point, I already knew that I wanted to be a paleontologist. I'd known that for years at that point. That this was my future, that this is what I wanted to pursue. And yeah, I don't know. A lot of my friends would cut school to go get into all kinds of other shenanigans. But I was cutting school to go hop on the train and then go to the museum in Berkeley and hang out with paleontologists and prep fossils and help catalog specimens and that sort of thing. And I was lucky in that actually, like, helped me later on in life, you know? Tremendously. I built connections there that still serve me to this very day. Astroprinter, I feel like what you're doing when you go to, you know, different schools and talk to kids about science, you're providing them something that they don't get in their everyday classes, and that is really, really cool. And I wish I had that kind of thing growing up, you know? Because we didn't have science assemblies at my school. It was not a thing. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. An Astroprinter, you grew up in Ireland. You didn't have No Child Left Behind. Or No Child Left Untested, as it's often called by pedagogy specialists. Yeah, you didn't have that in your schools. That's awesome, Astroprinter. Ireland actually has a really good reputation for science education. Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. And Saggy Iguana says, that is amazing. I cut school to do other things that weren't so productive. Well, I mean, that's the thing, Saggy Iguana, is that was my way of rebelling. Like, I do feel like I was a rebellious teenager, but going to the school that I went to, you know, like, my biology teacher was like a bug-eyed creationist, you know? You know, I'll tell you a brief story. I remember the exact date, actually. It was February 12th, 2009. Which, let me look up what day that was. What day of the week it was. February 12th, 2009. Let's see. What day of the week was it? It was a Thursday. Okay. It was a Thursday. And my, biology teacher in high school had been on some kind of tear about how, I don't know, she used to talk about how, there's a thing about, like, oh yeah, creation is so amazing, because, you could just look at the world around us, and there's always evidence of, of creationism in the recent past, look at bats, where all bats are completely blind. Bats are completely blind, and most of them don't even have eyes, because God created them without eyes because he knew they wouldn't need them. And, like, me sitting there as a high schooler, knowing that all bats have eyes. And I don't know if there's a single species of bat that's, like, actually legitimately completely blind. I didn't know about that, but I knew that all bats have eyes. And I remember at the time I used to, like, go walk myself to the principal's office. Like, she would say something like this, and then, like, everybody in the class would look over at me because they all knew that I was interested in evolution. I wanted to be a paleontologist, all this stuff. And so I used to just get up, walk myself to the principal's office. And he knew what was up, and, like, this had been an issue for a long time, and he was generally on my side, and I was lucky about that. But at that point, I decided, I'm just gonna get up, I'm gonna take myself to the train station, and I'm gonna hop on the train, I'm gonna go over to the museum in Berkeley. And that day, February 12th, 2009, little did I know it, but that was I think the 150th birthday of old Chucky D, Charles Darwin. And so I show up there probably around 10 a.m. at the museum, and they're preparing a party. And so I think it was around noon. It was like what we used to call fossil coffee, which is usually on Tuesdays at noon, or around that time. And there's a big birthday cake for Charles Darwin there on the table, and a big picture of Darwin on it. It said, like, happy birthday, Charles Darwin, 150 years, or whatever. And after hearing my, biology teacher just rail on and on about how Charles Darwin is a prophet of Satan and everything else and blah, 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 it felt so good to be there. And here's this group of paleontologists and other evolutionary biologists kind of crowded around this table, all singing happy birthday in like a very, very kind of jokey, kind of jokey way, like all playing along, and they're like, yeah, yay, science. Happy birthday, old Chucky D, singing happy birthday to Charles Darwin. It was magical, and it felt like real rebellion. But I don't know, so for me it was like rebellion was actually a really positive thing in my life at that time. And that became part of who I am today, So yeah, anyway, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Anyway, ain't no party like a science party. Science streams indeed. And yeah, that was the biology teacher, Saggy Iguana. Yeah. Anyway. I found my people. I did. I felt like these are my people. And again, here I am, a pimply-faced teenager, among all of these distinguished scientists and graduate students and people, making active contributions to the field of paleontology and evolutionary biology too. I think there were also people from the Museum of Vertebrate Zoology at that party too. Yeah, and here I was, and to me it's a wonderful feeling to be like the lowliest member of a particular group and feel accepted by them, Because here I am, some high school nobody, and yet there I am, accepted into the group, and that's a really wonderful feeling, I didn't grow up with that really, because I was always the oldest kid of my generation. Like all of my, my brother and all of my cousins were all younger than me. I was the oldest kid, so I'm not used to that, I think when you are always the oldest and you're expected to be the most mature, and other, other kids of your generation look to you for leadership, kind of turn those tables and be the youngest member of a particular group and feel accepted like that is really deeply special. And yeah, so that's really, really nice. And I think I kind of craved that, Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Yeah, and there you go, Mwemla. Oh, thank you. Right back at you, Mwemla. And Claire Burr. Oh, Claire, you make me smile. My goodness. Claire says, you have changed my life, and I was always a dinosaur nut job. You're passionate about dinosaurs, Claire Burr. Don't use that word nut job. That's not worthy of you, Claire. No. I want you to know over and over how much you work me. Oh, Claire, that means so much to me. Thank you. goodness. Yeah, and Doom Guy, oh, thank you. Doom Guy says, I wish I was your friend during those times because we would be talking about dinosaurs a lot. Lol. Too, Doom Guy. Holy cow. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Scalabag says, I could have used a mentor or some positive acceptance in high school. I did have a mentor. Yeah, Scalawag. And I owe a tremendous amount to Dr. Patricia A. Holroyd. I owe a lot to Pat. Let's see if I can find... I know she's on... She is on YouTube somewhere. Come on. She was anyway. Where did that video go? Here we go. She'll be in this video here. There's Mark Goodwin.
A right one of Smilodon. Smilodon is the state fossil of California, otherwise known as the
So
saber-toothed cat.
Mark's retired now.
So it gives you an idea when
But I
you
used to
have
see
these
him every
long
day at
bones
the
of
museum.
Berkeley, one of the first bones.
There's Lisa White, who is now the Education and Programs Director of the Museum of Paleontology. Lisa's great.
Mostly because it was overflow.
Yeah. And where's Pat? Pat was my mentor at Berkeley for years and years. Where is she? Where did Pat go? Let's see. I think that was the short version of the video. And... no, darn it. It could just be that YouTube's search feature has gotten worse and worse. And now I'm not able to find videos that we've watched before on stream. Yeah. But I'm trying to find a video with that, and it's not showing up. Anyway. But anyway, yeah. And Xander Jiggle says, Danny, you are the kind of educator who makes me feel good about the future prospects of young humans. Xander. And I hope you found wonderful camaraderie among your peers and colleagues out there in the field. I have, Xander. Thank you. And you'll be meeting some of them this next year, too. I'm going to be having more interviews with some of my colleagues and comrades and friends and co-authors this next year. Whether it's interviews in the field live on stream or interviews over Zoom or over Twitch guests or whatever we want to use. Stay tuned for that. It is going to be a ton of fun, and I'm very excited for that. So yeah. And Astro Printer says, I've always been a space and science nut, but not paleontology. Interesting. I have a very healthy respect for all the sciences. Me too, Astro Printer, yeah. Even if they are not in my realm of knowledge, I don't know anything about astronomy or chemistry or physics or anything like that. Even if I don't know much about dinosaurs, I know enough to enjoy conversations on the topic and love learning something new. Astro Printer, that actually reminds me. Let's see if I can find this. About that, like, camaraderie within science. It was Richard Feynman. Was it Fun to Imagine? Was this it here? It wasn't that. It was... he has a spiel about this. The world from another point of view. Here it is. From Yorkshire Television, way back in the day. And, I think maybe it's right here.
Good paleontologist, he's not just looking at...
Oh, this is it, yes!
Ground is enthusiastically explored. But is it shared experience and knowledge?
And that is... Who is this? I forget. This is like a science fiction author right here who he's talking to. I don't think it's Arthur C. Clarke, but it might... Who is this?
That forms a bond between working scientists and separates them from us, the interested layman, or even the artist.
I mean, scientific fields are becoming so specialised and they're so varied. Are you really saying that you have more in common with, say, a paleontologist or someone in a branch of science very far removed from yours than you would with a playwright or a poet?
Absolutely, especially if he's a good paleontologist. Because he's a good paleontologist, he's not just looking at old rocks. He's looking at the history of the Earth. He's looking, when he stands and he looks at his own fingers, and he knows it's got 5 bumps. And he thinks of how did it evolve with 5 bumps. It's got the same as whales.
Describing homology right there.
And we keep talking about the importance of the fact that the thumb opposes. Then we can start discussing, is it really so important that the thumb or is it language that has been evolved, the system of symbols, or the size of the brain? This is a paleontologist. I can talk about...
There you go, Si.
It's close to his field. Dolphins have bigger brains than we are. They have a signaling system, and you get interested in that. And you start to discuss all that they know about dolphins, and you complain that the way the United States Navy has been doing its experiments is not right, and we ought to find out more about dolphins. And you go on and on. You talk, those are things of the day. They're just as good, but you can go on and on. When I talk to a playwright or something, I find, because I don't go to plays or something, I don't find it easy to talk to them. I don't get much out of it.
I was going to say, this is because you can talk to scientists in other fields, presumably because you read the scientific magazines, presumably, and scientific gossip.
So that's the thing, is that, like, my field, paleontology, is... There's not a great deal of overlap with astrophysics. Like, and it's not like I, as a paleontologist, am reading about the latest findings in astrophysics. There's too much going on in paleontology that I can't even keep track of everything that's going on in fossil science. You know, let alone, you know, keep track of what's on the cutting edge of astrophysics. So he's going to say, no, it's not about that. You know, it's not that we're all reading the same scientific journals. It doesn't work that way, you know?
Plays or something. I don't find it easy to talk to them. I don't get much out of it.
An armored giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machine.
Thank you, Archer Hawk, for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
I was going to say, this is because you can talk to scientists in other fields, presumably because you read the scientific magazines, presumably, and hear the scientific gossip.
Oh.
No, because we don't have to have magazines or gossip. We think originally. We think of a new idea. We talk to each other, and we try to look at something from a new point of view, and we delight each other in a new point of view. And when you're talking to somebody else who's trying to think of something new, different, and he thinks he's thought about the whales or the dolphins, and he has some little thing he's thought of that's a little different than the thing that you've thought of. And so when you're talking back and forth, he's excited by your point of view about dreams, and you're excited by his little observation that he has made about dreams, if he has happened to have thought about that. So the point is, and our backgrounds give us a slightly different point of view. I mean, a scientific background. Like I specialize in physics, to say he specializes in paleontology. So his information on dreams might be more deeper, more evolutionary. For example, he might, he can't, we don't have a way of telling, I suppose, about the evolution.
Dreams don't fossilize.
But he might know, for example, about other animals. He might have thought about whether other animals dream and what the signs are and all other things that I hadn't thought of. I can't make it up now because I'm not the paleontologist, but I believe that, yes, I find always that a good man...
And he keeps using the word man here, and this maybe is par for the course for the 1960s here, but he should really say good scientist, you know, person. Back in the day, almost all of the scientists were men. Luckily, that is not the case today, where, shoot, I think female graduate students in paleontology actually outnumber male graduate students by like a slim margin. And like, Yeah, that's great. It's nice that we're having that kind of even out like that. That, like, you know, regardless of gender, different people can pursue their passions like that. But anyway, look, he's talking about this, and he's gonna take it all back. Watch.
Oh, he can't. We don't.
This is really amusing.
Telling, I suppose, about the evolution of dreams, but he might know, for example, about other animals. He might have thought about whether other animals dream and what the signs are, and all other things that I hadn't thought of. I can't make it up now because I'm not the paleontologist, but I believe that, yes, I find always that a good man. I take it all back. A good man. I've talked to good men in other fields.
Good
There's
researchers.
certain kinds of men in every field.
Researchers.
That I can talk to as well as I can talk to a good scientist.
Yeah.
I met a historian, or a writer of history, from France once, and I had a marvelous conversation with him. Maurois. His name was Andre Maurois. And then I met an artist, Robert Irwin, who's a very important artist in Los Angeles in modern art, and I could talk to him at the same depth of excitement. So I take it all back. If you give me the right man in any field, I can talk to him. I know what the condition is, that he did whatever he did as far as he can go, that he studied every aspect of it as far as he has stretched himself to the end. He's not a dilettante in any way. And so he talked deep as far as he can go, and therefore he's up against mysteries all the way around the edge.
Yep.
And awe. And we can talk about mystery and awe. That's what we have in common.
Mystery and awe. It's something that scientists and lots of other people who are out there exploring the mysteries of the world, trying to figure out how things work. How the present world came to be, whether you're a historian, an anthropologist, an economist, let's say, even. Whether you're an astronomer, a paleontologist, a chemist, a physicist, an evolutionary biologist. You know? At the end of the day, we're all trying to figure out how the world works, how the present world came to be, and what might happen in the future. And we're all trying to be there at the forefront of human knowledge. You know? No matter what your field, no matter what your gender, no matter what your class background, your nationality, anything else, we are all in this together, you know? So yeah, an art historian. There you go, Mwemla. Absolutely. Or an artist, Miss Yvette. Absolutely. You know, pursuing truth in the avenue of art. We're all in this together, you know? So yeah. And nothing more. I totally agree with you. Yeah. I think it's a wonderful place to end today's stream. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Been streaming for almost 4.5 hours now. And, well, no, much longer, actually, because I ended up stopping the stream. And, anyway. Let's commence our wrap-up procedure here. There is an Archaeopteryx to run under our credits. Thank you, everybody whose names are about to show up there. Just slowly scroll up the screen. Whether you are a lurker, a cheerer, a raider, a viewer, a question asker, a subscriber, no matter how you've contributed to today's stream, I am grateful for you. Thank you for being here. And I hope you got something out of this. I mean, you probably wouldn't be watching if you didn't, right? Anyway, I like to think so. Let's see who else is here on Twitch right now doing some science. Let's see here. And Sith Lord Brit is on right now. She's doing a assembling a 3D printed model of Calvin and Hobbes. Let's go say hello to Sith Lord Brit. It's been a long time since we've rated her. Her stream is intended for mature audiences, so probably means there's going to be some swear words. You know? Be aware. But yeah, Brit is very nice, Astro Printer. We're going to go say hi to her. And she's doing some 3D printing right now, it seems. Very cool. Anyway, thank you, everybody, for a wonderful stream. Whether you quietly lurked, whether you asked questions in the chat vociferously, whether you rated in like Astro Printer, thank you again. Whether you moderated for the channel, whether you gave bits or subs or whatever to keep me going here. Look at this. Destroyed our sub goal for the day in the most positive way. Thank you for that. We'll be streaming again tomorrow around 1 or 2 p.m. California time. Hopefully closer to 1. No, we'll say 1 p.m. California time tomorrow. Discussing some fossil news, answering questions about dinosaurs, all that good stuff. So I hope I can catch you then. Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you for another wonderful stream. Let's go see what Sith Lord Brit's up to. All right, see you there.